Welcome back, everyone. This is Akinire with more Blueprints, where last time, on day 17, spoiler alert if you haven't already seen that episode, it was a fun one because we made it to room 46. We got there. It, in maybe the most unexpected of ways, and with the help of, if I might say, a little bit of brilliantly conceived and flawlessly executed strategy at the end of the draft to get us there, we did manage to crack open that door, and we got ourselves an ending, I guess. We reached credits, and there was a very, very interesting cutscene with a lot of stuff to digest still in that cutscene, which I have not done yet. I haven't gone back to edit the footage from the previous day, so I'm still thinking that one over. But also, there's so much to do still. We're not even close to being done with this game. So why don't we go ahead and get started here with day 18? There's so much to do. I have so many things still on my list. I have so many questions about what is going on with different characters and just the overall story in general. There's so many red letters still to collect. We have a bunch, speaking of letters, there's a whole bunch of word pairings and... oh, wait a second. I did not read that just now. Oh my God. Of course, this is the thing that I forgot to say, that of course, we reached an ending and now we have inherited the manor. It says the next day. So it's not day 18. That's what it said, the next day. I was in the middle of talking and then realized, wait a second, it's not saying day 18 as the words are flying by my flying by the camera here. This is new, is it not? Open only in the event of inheritance. That was the other revelation, our ending screen revealing to us that we had inherited the manor. It's ours now. The place is ours. And we have new music to go along with it. Look at this fancy Mount Holly emblem or trophy maybe that's been given here. This is very cool. And there's something new here? Oh shit. Okay, well, this is why we're here. Now, I have to immediately, one thing from the cutscene, or was it Alzara? Was it the final cutscene or was it Alzara? See, I haven't gone back to edit my footage yet, and I don't remember, but I think it might have been Alzara who was talking about one of the items here at the entrance hall that might have been something we could interact with. Boy, this music is really, they have, the music in this game is great. And I love that we're getting a new theme now. That is, man, okay, I need to collect myself and figure out what we're gonna do. Why don't we start with this letter? Although we're able to pick up this trophy as well. Let's read the letter first. Open only in the event of inheritance. Does this stamp say nuance? What the heck? Was there a word on the previous stamp? Because I have to say that what's coming to mind here, this font, nuance, we saw something yesterday. It's weird what details stick in your mind. We were in the security room, and I think we saw some brand new room that we haven't been to yet. These horns, the duo of the horns going on here is great. Cat Laser Brain. This font, nuance, I feel like we saw this same font in some sign in a room that we saw from security that we haven't been to yet. But, okay. It makes me want to go back and look at the stamp from the previous envelope that we had sitting here for 17 days. Dear Baron, welcome to Mount Holly, your home. I still remember, we're the Baron now. We've inherited the place and we are now Baron Simon P. Jones. Oh my God. I still remember the first time I was addressed by my title. I was quite a bit, actually, okay, I'm gonna do one thing here, okay? The one thing about the music that I am noticing, so often the game is so quiet. There's, you know, the music is very seldom, and maybe it's actually just dying out right now, okay? I was just gonna say, I just need to turn down the music just a notch. Normally it's fine. Like, I would say most of the time it's so subtle and in the background, but there are a few moments, and that perhaps is one of them, where they do turn up the volume just a bit. And I needed to turn it down, but, you know, the game read my mind, I guess. The game read my mind and said, okay, all right, we'll phase out the new entrance hall theme here for you as you're reading this new, we've reached our bequest. I still remember the first time I was addressed by my title. I was quite a bit older than you, but it still felt strange, especially after a lifetime of hearing my father addressed daily by the same title. But life is a journey of growth, growing up, growing older, growing wiser, and in our case, growing into the Baron of Reddington. The Baron doesn't have to be a daunting figure. He could be quiet and unassuming, or loud, brash, and boisterous. He could be deceptive or trustworthy, humble or boastful, or any measure of other things, but always clever. When I inherited Mount Holly, I never had to prove myself. They just gave me the keys and left it at that. It felt too easy, too trivial, and very undeserved. Experience comes with time, but without validation, I spent the better part of my youth questioning myself. And as I grew older, that lack of conviction and aimlessness amplified. I never really had any goals or objectives to strive toward. I never had any dreams to realize. I never set my sights on something beyond the horizon. I never had a room 46 to reach. And now that you have reached your goal and are basking in your well-deserved glory, shiny trophy in hand, well, maybe not yet. We got a trophy still to pick up, I think, and showered with accolades and titles. Have we been showered with accolades? Will you be content to stop there? I think we know the answer to that one. Or will you look to the horizon and wonder what dreams lie ahead? Oh, what is this? Oven Neveri. Okay, that is, I recognize those letters from the Inner Sanctum. That was what was written on the floor. So this is some sort of, I don't know if it's supposed to be an actual language, or is it a made-up language in the game, or is it some, you know, like an anagram or some puzzle, some weird cryptograph thing that we've got to decode here. But either way, Herbert S. Sinclair, Oven Neveri. No idea what that means still. The last bit about wondering what dreams lie ahead, it makes me think of the bit about the eighth angel points to our dreams. Yeah, they're still, of course we're not content to stop there. Are you kidding me? This is the most rhetorical question ever invented. Or put on paper. Either way, trophy time? Inheritance trophy, our very first achievement. Reach room 46. You've got the inheritance trophy for reaching room 46. Trophies earned will be permanently added to the trophy room. Is that why we've never been able to draft the trophy room? Because you got no trophies. You don't get to draft the trophy room until you got trophies, dude. Okay, maybe we'll see the trophy room today as part of our draft. Awesome. That's so amazing. I'm going to pick up my allowance here. Before I forget and try to over min-max things, what is this? This is a list of trophies. Oh my God. What are these numbers that are showing up as I'm mousing over these achievements and trophies? Okay. The trophies of Mount Holly, a recognition of outstanding excellence. Full house trophy. Draft a room in each open slot of your house. 2 of 45 is what we have right now. We've come close to this. I think we got 43 was our PB, unintentional rhyme. Explorer's Trophy, complete the Mount Holly directory. Okay, we have 92 out of 110 rooms. We still have 18 new rooms to find. Oh my God, that is insane. Most of those, like, okay, how many do we even have here? We still don't know what room number 1 is. Maybe that's the trophy room. That would be that would make sense. I could see that. 7 and 8. We've got 19. That's 4 out of these numbered ones that are not yet revealed. But otherwise, we do have all of the other... No, we have a lot of shops still. So that's 7 there. Who knows how many, though, there are to add from the drafting studio. There are found floor plans, which this could be, you know, we could only have found just a fraction of. And then there's still the outer room. So, okay. Well, I mean, now that they've given us a number, we know there's 110. So we might be able to do the math and figure out how many go on each of these screens. We'll worry about that later. Let's keep looking at Bullseye Trophy. We get to solve 40 dartboard puzzles. Okay. We're not going anywhere for a while, folks. We got 40 dartboard puzzles and 40 parlor games to win. We got some working. We got some puzzling to work on. Trophy of Invention, create all 8 workshop contraptions. Okay, so there's a little bit of spoilers going on here, but that's fine. It's not spoilers if they put it in the game. There's 8 workshop contraptions. The winning Trophy of Drafting, win the drafting strategy sweepstakes. What the fuck is that? There's a contest that's part of the drafting strategy catalog or magazine that we need to sign up for. Trophy of Sigils, unlock all 8 realm sigils. What? Trophy 8, solve the puzzle in room 8 on rank 8. Wait, what the? Room 8 on rank 8. Room 8 is one of those I think that we don't have. We don't have room 8 yet. On rank 8. Okay. This is fun. This is... there's so much to do. Like I was saying. Darebird Trophy? Reach room 46 in Dare mode? Cursed Trophy? Reach room 46 in Curse mode? You're telling me there are higher levels of difficulty here. What the heck? Day 1 Trophy? Reach room 46 in 1 day? Oh, crap. I think we got to know some stuff. We got a lot of learning to do before. That seems undoable to me. But of course, if it's an achievement, it must be doable. I think we need some knowledge before we're going to be attempting that one, though. Trophy of Speed. Reach room 46 in under an hour. I might never get this one, folks. I think this is one that I might just need to like immediately erase, block this out, censor this so I just never see it because it's not going to happen. You're telling me I got to speed run this shit? What? Ugh. I even just saying that word just kind of gives me like a gag reflex. What? Ugh. Trophy of Wealth, buy out the entire showroom. God damn. That could happen. I could see a world where that happens, whether it's allowance or laundry room shenanigans. There's a world where we could at some point afford everything in the showroom in a day. Freezer, carrying over from the previous day, all sorts of stuff. The stars would have to align, but it could happen. Diploma Trophy, ace the classroom final exam. We've had 2 days with the schoolhouse that have just completely failed to get classrooms just at all. I had so many on the first time around that I just kept turning down. I think mainly because I just didn't have gems. But the last draft that got us to room 46 for the first time, it was a schoolhouse draft that had like 0 classrooms. Once again, first grade was the max, I think. Trophy of Trophies, complete the trophy case. Okay, well, there you go. There's our long-term objectives that, oh boy, we're not going anywhere for a while. But that's great. That's a good thing. That is a feature, not a bug. The cool thing, the nice thing about getting to room 46 for the first time is that, you know, now that is not as imperative of an objective. And so we don't have to go down to the inner sanctum right away. We don't have to start our day by heading to the inner sanctum to open the Rogue Moon door. Because, you know, as of right now, I'm not in a rush to get back to room 46. So if we do go back down to open that up, it's going to be on our own time, or it's going to be in conjunction with returning to open that boiler room connected double red door. Or hopefully, if we do want to make it back to the antechamber at some point because we want to get the basement key to open up that basement door that needs to be unlocked. And maybe that's going to be the Foundation elevator or something. One way or the other, We'll be getting back to that inner sanctum, but we don't have to waste those steps here right off the bat to start our day. What we can do is look at our room directory and figure out what outer room we want to draft, depending on what's offered here. I just wanted to check and see, remind myself how many times we've drafted each of these. Toolshed and Shrine have been drafted 3 times. The Trading Post has been twice. I think the Hovel has been twice. And then Root Cellar and Shelter should be just the single time. Schoolhouse twice. Okay, so Toolshed and Shrine 3 times we have taken those. So let's see. I'm not guaranteeing that we're just going to evenly draft the least draft. I might prioritize the least drafted room, but we're not going to pigeonhole ourselves into automatically taking a Root Cellar necessarily. However, in this spot, I am going to take the Root Cellar because we have some intelligence that suggests there could be a hidden chamber in this room. And so I want to check all of these again with a little bit more of a close examination, but the Root Cellar is the most likely suspect. And we've only drafted it once before, even though I'm a little bit biased against dig sites. Let's give it another shot here and see if we can. It would make sense to try to lean in to a green room draft if we can after this. So, but either way, we'll start with the Root Cellar. And we'll see exactly how this goes. There are so many dig sites here. Holy crap. I feel like that's even more than I remember. 6 dig sites in the Root Cellar? There were not that many the first time around. Were there? There's no way. Let's see, though. Is there any indication about a secret passageway? Or a secret chamber? Like if I stand long enough, it doesn't immediately... There's no obvious spot here where there would be a secret chamber. Or like, it's not like in the greenhouse and the weight room where you've got an obvious brick wall that needs to be smashed through. That doesn't seem to be the case here. However, are we supposed to smash through a barrel? But if we smashed through this barrel, this is the one that stands out because it feels like it has a little bit of a different texture compared to the other wine casks. It also doesn't have a tap in it. So I don't know if this would be something that we could power hammer out of the way. But even if we did, we still have these 3 in our way. Are we supposed to power hammer any of these? We did notice before that this has like the gold bracing, which makes it stand out from the other 2. I don't know. I'm not able to interact with anything. And even if I like hold being patient and trying to do the cloister trick of waiting a little bit before a secret switch to reveal itself doesn't seem to be working when it comes to the taps. So I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. There was a note here. What the heck? There's a note here that we just completely missed before. And there are letters. I see letters down here. Screenshot. Search. Okay, well, gosh, how many rooms have I gone through and not found notes lying around? We need to be a little bit more observant, folks, I think. I feel like I pride myself on being observant, but when you start recording stuff on YouTube or you start streaming or anything like that, you quickly learn, especially when you're reviewing your footage. But even sometimes when you're reviewing your own footage, you still miss stuff. But when one way or another, you find out that you miss things because it's a difficult thing to try to record, talk while you're recording, and notice all the things. It's tough to do. Search continues. Author and illustrator whose fanciful stories name... Oh, this is partial. Okay, this is a cutout. This is a cutout here. That's why that sentence doesn't make sense. So this is like portions of a sentence, of sentences, different sentences potentially. Author and illustrator whose fanciful stories name Marion Marigold was last seen by a Friday getting into a carriage after a late... Okay, and then this is a reference to the disappearance of our mother, obviously. No sign has yet been found. Yet. Whose handwriting is this? I have not yet. I've made note of the fact that I might need to start figuring out whose handwriting goes with each of these notes. Maybe this is Denny's handwriting? But I see very faintly some capital letters at the bottom of the note. XYZ ABC. Those don't mean anything to me just yet, but I do see them. Makes me wonder if there's anything else to see with the magnifying glass. I do want to put in, we did put in a special order for the magnifying glass yesterday, or previously, and then we never ended up buying it at the commissary yesterday. And other things that happened at, because we got to room 46, other housekeeping was not done at the end of the day, such as putting our lucky rabbit's foot back in the coat check, or anything else, but for that matter, anything else that we would want to go in the coat check. So we are starting with more or less a fresh slate, a clean slate here to start day 18. 16 gold in our pocket, but still no other items to really boost our run. So we'll see how things go. We'll see if that lucky rabbit's foot comes back around at some point. This family tree, I think I had, one thing I did notice going back to my footage, the first time we were in her ladyship's chamber, Clara Epson's chamber, we had seen the photos of Lord William Epson and Lady Ashlyn, but I had not registered it. It just completely escaped me that, of course, her parents, those, I just didn't, this face, the Lady Ashlyn, that one is not, I've seen Baroness Orevai, and I've seen Clara Epson, and I've seen our mother. These women have been featured in multiple places, and so far the only place we had seen previously Lady Ashlyn was here in the root cellar, and it just hadn't stuck in my mind. So when I saw Lord William Epson and Lady Ashlyn, I think I mistook him for like Herbert's brother or somebody, and I was like, who's this lady? Lady Epson's parents. Anything else on the I don't see anything else though on this family tree. Looking for any magnifying glass points of interest. I don't see anything for the magnifying glass, but that might not, you know, the magnifying glass could reveal some stuff that I am not. There's a reason there's a magnifying glass, and it could still be a good idea to go over so many of these notes that don't look like they need a magnifying glass. There's no shovel here though. We'll see if the shovel does show up at some point in the root cellar. Feels like that would make sense, but they might say, no, you need to go find a shovel first, because otherwise that's a little too OP. But 6 dig sites. Probably is going to be worth coming back here for. We'll see. There is nothing else though that I want to do, I think, on the outside. We've picked up that found floor plan from the basement. And like I said, there's no reason, no short-term reason. Perhaps we will have a reason in the future to get back to room 46, but no reason as of now. I keep looking at this table, hoping to interact with like one of the birds or the lantern or something, because now my attention has been drawn to it from the from that one cutscene by the great Alzara. I think today, instead of drafting mid first, we're gonna go east. Let's go east and see if I think we'll do that. Because I want to see if I can because we have a root cellar, it makes sense to try to steer into green rooms. And if we're steering into green rooms, we want a greenhouse. And the greenhouse, I think, is most accessible. Well, it might be, the thing is, we've now opened up that brick wall in the greenhouse, and so I think, similar to the terrace, we should now be able to draft it from the right, or from the left, I should say, but I guess from the right if you're on the west wing. There's another additional way to access the greenhouse now, but it's still, you know, you have the most chance of getting it, I think, still. It's natural to me to go up the east wing. And that's the way we've drafted the greenhouse before, as opposed to going down the west wing. So let's start east this time. We've done mid-draft to start in the entrance hall. We're going to start east today and see where that... There's a brand new room. Mount Holly Gift Shop. Well, we're taking that. I mean, we're taking a three-way, guys. I think we're gonna take a three-way door here. What do you think? We're gonna take a brand new room because I guess this unlocks when you have reached room 46. I can only guess because this is literally the only time that we've seen this offered. There's not much of a decision here. I would love to have a gem. I'd love to have a key. We're taking the new room. And we got 16 coins. We might even be able to buy something. Mount Holly gift shop, go. Let's take a look. Oh my God. There we are. Red Prince. The Red Prince showcase. First thing when you enter. Okay. Your Mount Holly China set. Good. Mount Holly, what do you call these? They're not trophies. Your, oh God, lunchbox. Enjoya Lunch. Enjoya Lunch is the chef's name. This is one of our angels from the chapel, right? Don't know what number, but the chef angel. Is the chef's name Joya or Joy? Enjoya Lunch. They do love their plays on words, don't they? Well, blue tents. Tents fit for a prince. Excuse me. Sturdy construction, steel stakes, and scouting rope included. Base size 6x8, 40 inches high, dew dry finish, water resistant treatment. This is fun. Here's our swimbird. Swimbird. Blue tents, Mount Holly t-shirts. Okay. And then, oh, look at that. 46. Weird number 46. That's not quite as catchy as weird number 1, but you know, we'll work on it. And then we have our postcards. Mount Holly gift shop. Thanks for visiting. So the shop icon shows up there, and then there was also something to examine. We can look at each of the greetings from Reddington. Mount Holly Observatory, wish you were here. We've got this in our scrapbook as well. Just Cat Laser Brain reminded myself, we have 10 stars. So I think the observatory today, because we have not taken the planetarium yet, it gets us... Not Draxus the Dead, that's the 12-star reward, but there was an 11-star reward that I don't remember. We'll figure that out if and when we draft the observatory. It's about time you visit Mount Holly. Now, the thing that's funny about this, though, didn't we read that Mount Holly had not been opened up as like a visitation or a tourist attraction? I feel like that's what we read in that Sightseer's Guide. I give up. I'm stumped. Haha. Is this now? Are we at the stage of the game where we're finally going to learn the code to get past this gate into the orchard? Okay, what's for sale? Lots of stuff. What the fuck? Dirigiblocks console edition coming soon. They did say that eventually they're going to patch in Dirigiblocks, but there's a console edition, no less. The Smash Arcade hit. I do love the the NES style box here, cartridge box. Very good, very cool. We can't buy these though, because there's question marks. They don't even have a price on these. What is this? Blue tents, a permanent addition to the campsite. Blue tents can only be purchased after you have proven your merit as a scout by obtaining 8 trophies in your trophy room. This is actually something we can buy. It's not clear exactly what it gets us yet, but we have that to look forward to when we have some more trophies. Okay, let's start with the stuff that we could actually purchase. A Mount Holly tee, permanent addition to walk-in closet. It just looks nice. Okay. Is this cosmetics? These are cosmetics to say that, hey, you've there's collectibles. Cosmetics, duh. Enjoy a lunch. So these are all things we can buy. Permanent addition to the dining room. When you reach rank 5 with lunchbox, gain half of your dinner steps. Gain half of your dinner steps. So we get like 10 steps, basically. Or we get 15 steps if we have unlocked the room that's the main course. Is that what it is? That's for 15 gold. I'm not sure if that's worth it or not, but maybe we'll do it just... But wait, it's a permanent addition to the dining room. This is the thing, is these are permanent things. I don't understand though why when you reach rank 5, is this only when we've drafted the dining room? Maybe we'll just buy it to see, because that is the thing that we can afford. Swim trunks, a permanent addition to the pool. A pair of trunks is always handy for swimming. Just be sure to bring some keys. Huh? I thought at first that this was just gonna let us, you know, if we have trunks, that means we can go swimming in the pool, which means we can collect the coins at the bottom of the pool. Why does it say though, just to be sure, brings some keys? What? Can't afford that at the moment. Swimbird plushie, another permanent addition, this one to the master bedroom, which unlocks dare mode. Right, of course, Swimbird is all about dare. Okay, we definitely want to know what dare mode is at some point, but we gotta have some money. Money. I think we're gonna get the lunchbox. This is the one that we can afford, and let's just go ahead and get it. Like, yeah, we could save our coins for some other stuff, but let's find out the new thing with the lunchbox, and it's permanent edition. We only have to buy it once. So boom, already sunk our gold, and don't have to worry about that anymore. Enjoy your lunch on the way. Cool. So now we've drafted the gift shop. Let's check our flavor text here. Souvenirs for sale. Thank you for visiting Mount Holly. We hope you enjoyed your stay. Rare. A rare that can show up as early as rank 1. Although, I do wonder, you know, the way video games are designed and stuff, it feels like they kind of forced this one on us. Kind of like when the library is so much more available when you have a schoolhouse. I have a feeling the Mount Holly gift shop was like a guaranteed draw your first day. The next day. I'm so fascinated now to see what are we going to be going back to the numbering scheme at some point, or is this such a special day? Day 18 just becomes the next day. And then you'll get to day 19 tomorrow. I think we draft out to the right. Like I said, we want to try to get to the greenhouse if we can. The only question is, obviously, the one that I always overthink is which door to draft first. Let's not overthink it. Let's draft the door to the right and stay on rank 1. Check out what we get. We do get a pantry versus a closet and a guest bedroom. I think I like the pantry to keep our run going up the east wing. It's contradicting my normal compulsion of having too many draftable doors close to each other. But the thing is, we could draft the Mount Holly gift shop upwards and hopefully get a closet or a guest bedroom there. That would be a spot that makes sense for a dead end. But we might not want to do that immediately. We might want to wait until we draft through the pantry, because we might be forced to take like a wine cellar through the pantry. So if we do that, then we would want to not draft a dead end out of the Mount Holly gift shop, I think. But again, you know, if we get these really super, like if we somehow got a wine cellar and then we got offered an attic, you know, you might just take that. And yeah, you've put 2 dead ends really close to each other, but you still have 2 doors out of the entrance hall. And now you've taken 2 really powerful dead end rooms already, and your run is off to a much better start. Now, is that going to happen? That's like a pipe dream, but I think it makes sense to take the pantry and then draft out of the pantry. We're getting the steps from the fruit as well. So, and we didn't have to take the steps all the way down to the inner sanctum. So steps are fine. The game is going to give you steps. Don't worry about it. And don't overthink when you're going to get a salt shaker, because you might not get a salt shaker. Just take the stuff that you get and keep on drafting. Keep calm and draft on. I think here I will take the den. It's unfortunate that we get, this is the part that I don't like, is when we get the rooms that are kind of pointing to the same place, but it is going to happen at some point in your draft. So I think I want to take the den over the parlor. does get us 3 gems, and that's good, but I like when we're trying to get a greenhouse, I want to be able to draft that door up through the den. And we might go ahead and do that and give ourselves that opportunity to get the greenhouse because we're going to have a gem at our disposal. And then we can come back. We'll go through the den. Let's take the den here, and then we'll draft through into rank 3 after we grab our gem, of course. And let's see what we get. Greenhouse, 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 greenhouse. Is it more likely when we have a root cellar? Let's find out. Not necessarily. All right. Kitchen, you say? The kitchen versus reading nook versus gymnasium. Probably should take the reading nook here. We spend a lot of time skipping the reading nook on day 17. But this is an okay spot for it because now we could draft it and we could see which direction the library is going to point. Because if the library is going to point downward, then we might just take it. And then, you know, it would be unfortunate because this would be 3 doors all pointing into one room. That's really not ideal. But would I rather take the gymnasium? The gymnasium would have the upside of getting us another draft into rank 4 along the east wing. Another draft along the east wing. It would just be into rank 4, and I don't necessarily want to open up rank 4 just yet. So what we could do is we could just take the gymnasium and not set foot in it yet. Because who knows? We might get lucky and get a utility closet at some point. Here early on, I might not pass up that utility closet, depending on what's offered, and then we would be turning out those lights in the gym, and there's no downside at all. I think I will do that. I'm going to keep. This is going against my what I've thought of before of putting so many 3-way rooms like right next to each other, because then I don't have those 3-way options later. But what you've done is you've given yourself the ability in all these places to draft dead ends if you need to. Like, I think what we'll do is we'll take the gymnasium and then we will draft here in the den. And now I'll be perfectly happy taking basically whatever it gives me. Not the best room possible. This is the thing, right? I'll be okay taking whatever is the best room for the draft and not worrying so much about where the doors are facing. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Let's find out. They actually offered me the library here? Are you kidding me? How does that make any sense? We passed a reading nook and the game immediately gives us a library. That's pointed in the wrong direction. Maybe that's how it makes sense because they're trolling us. The library, we don't have a book that we have asked for yet. So the only reason to take the library here would be to put in a book request. So I think we take the storeroom. Pretty clear storeroom for me. We get those supplies, and then we go and we draft through the entrance hall. Easy storeroom. Let's go. Do we get a... There's actually dig sites, of course, because there's a root cellar. We need to get our hands on a shovel. So we are probably going to value the commissary more highly. No shovel here, though. So let's keep it moving. Back to the entrance hall. And now I think I will go ahead and draft, I will draft this room above the entrance hall because it could be a spare room, it could be a corridor, or it could be a dead end. And all those would be acceptable. Obviously, it could also be a parlor. And if it's a parlor that points to the right, I think I might take it as well just to get the gems as we go toward the west wing. So let's draft mid here and see what we get. There is that commissary. Perfect. And we have 15 coins now. So the commissary is absolutely perfect. They are giving us a dark room. This is an interesting thing to note because I think previously, I want to say that the dark room has only showed up, if I look at my spreadsheet here, according to my spreadsheet that I've been trying to keep track of the earliest ranks that I've seen each room offered. And so we've unlocked rank 3 by drafting the gymnasium there. That previously I'd only seen the dark room, I think, at a minimum of rank 4, having rank 4 unlocked. So either the dark room is unlocked at it could be unlocked at rank 3, or it could be unlocked once you've drafted a red room. I think there could be some other mechanic in play that I don't want to have explained. I don't want to know for sure yet. I love the mystery and the theorizing, at least while I'm on my first playthrough. And I do wonder, I get the sense from different drafts so far that some rooms, once you start down a lane, like starting to draft bedrooms or starting to draft red rooms, the game senses that. And it starts to off. Maybe shops are the same way. Like we got the gift shop, and then the game has offered us the kitchen and now the commissary. And I wonder if that is influenced by the fact that, hey, you started drafting in this direction, sort of like you've started picking a certain color in a Magic draft, and now other players are picking other colors, and so the color that you've picked is now open. So I don't know if that's at work or not. Don't tell me. But we are taking the commissary here. We have the 2 gems to spend, and I want to see, because obviously the commissary can get us more gems as well. Let's see what there is available here. There's running shoes, and there's gems, and there's a sledgehammer. So no shovel, unfortunately. We want to get our hands on a shovel, hopefully in one of these green rooms that we may or may not draft. We have 15 coins. We probably want to buy at least the set of gems. We don't have any trunks to open, so it doesn't make sense to get the sledgehammer just yet, but it could be very worth coming back for. To start, it probably just makes sense, though, to grab 4 gems, maybe even 5. That would really give us a lot of leeway to draft basically whatever we want for a while. And I think we do that. And then as we get our hands on additional coins, then we can think about picking up running shoes and whatnot. We could also, yeah, like if we're coming back, if we're coming back over to this side, the gymnasium is going to spend some of our steps. We have to keep that in mind, especially if that ends up being like our choke point. If we get unlucky and this west wing kind of dead ends itself, then that gymnasium could be the single point of access to the rest of the house, and then our running shoes would look a lot more valuable. But I feel like that's a little bit of overthinking, so I am just going to buy gems, because gems just are always good, and I think, I want to say that the game, senses when you have a lot of gems, and it starts saying, all right, now you're in the market for the more expensive rooms that could be offered. Do we draft out of the commissary or the entrance hall? I think we do draft out of the commissary just to see if we get a door here that goes into, like, if our only option is, like, if the only good option is an elbow into rank 3, then we might consider drafting a dead end at the entrance hall. But I think we'll get the information, the extra information from here first. Let's do this draft. It does give us the passageway. Look at that. Is that a pretty easy passageway? I think so. This gives us, well, The other option is just the closet. But then that risks words are so hard sometimes, guys. That risks really closing us off. Before we have, like, the passageway just opens things up so nicely. I just, I had that little note in the back of my head, the note from that one reader of drafting strategy that says, I never draft the passageway before rank 5. This simple rule has helped me in so many instances. I still don't know if I fully agree with that, because once again, these are guaranteed to be unlocked doors. Now, yes, one of them does go to the entrance hall, so that's not ideal, not fantastic. And so it could also just be a chapel. We save our 2 gems. And we do get a door that's guaranteed to go to rank 3. It's not rank 3, the west wing. And we get another. The thing is, we've now drafted the den, but we still have the hallway. We still have the drawing room at common. And then there's the uncommon T-shaped rooms as well that could get us to the west wing. So we could draft a dead end below the chapel. We'd have to pay the tithe. Maybe that's actually the smarter play. Just stick with, we lose a little bit of money to the tithe, which I always hate to do. But that's probably a lot cheaper than paying 2 gems when you're not getting use out of one of those doors. One of those doors that's already draftable from the entrance hall. Because if we take the... I think I can't afford to take the closet here just because I would be so banking on getting... I don't know. I could still get a chapel below the... or to the left of the entrance hall if I do that. If I take the closet here, we could still get a chapel. We could still get a hallway. Obviously, a spare room would be the ideal to get us over to the west wing. If we took that closet and it sort of closed ourselves off. At the same time, the closet has a good chance to get us a die, and I do love having at least one die. My run feels a lot safer whenever I have that die in the back pocket. Also, there could be a shovel. It's 2 items, and we are in the market for items. One in particular, a shovel. I think I convinced myself because of the root cellar, and because there's a good shot at either a die, or maybe there's a long shot of getting a shovel. And yes, we are closing ourselves off a little bit if we do this, but I think we still have enough options at the entrance hall that would angle themselves properly. The nice thing about the entrance hall, it's up against the lower end. There's a wall that's going to make those rooms, like the T-shaped rooms, behave the way we want. Now, elbow rooms would not, right? So if we only get elbows and dead ends, then we're screwed and we're going to have to settle for the gymnasium. But we would have 2 items, and one of those could be a shovel, and one of those could be a die. I'm going to take the chance and take the 2 items here. As always, it could be wrong. What do we get? Okay, a die and a key. Perfect. That die just feels very likely. It's not guaranteed, but it does show up, I think. It feels like it shows up the most out of any of those options. So 2 keys feels really nice as well. Let's see what we get at the entrance hall. Let's hope we're not too unlucky, but we might be. We do get the corridor. Okay. Don't love using my corridor always. As always, don't love it before rank 4, but we take it in this case because it gets us over to the West Wing. Let's go. Boom. That was another reason to take the closet there because we still did have the corridor in the pool. Going through the corridor could get us a parlor. Or get us an observatory. I don't think it's the reading nook here. Like, would I take the nook here if it were just a nook? Probably not. I think I would take either the parlor or the observatory. So now is when I do need to look and see what's the observatory reward for 11 stars. Oh shit, it's Diamondus Major. It's 5 gems. Holy crap. Okay. Then I think, yes, we are taking that. My only little, I'm thinking to myself, okay, we're off to a really good start in the gems department here. Is it better to is it ever better to space out the rewards over different days? Like, are we getting too many gems on this one day? However, even if we get so many gems that we're just not able to buy all the rooms, it almost never happens. We're going to spend those gems one way or the other. So we're probably taking the observatory here. Because it's technically 4 gems because we have to spend a gem. So it's 4 gems instead of 3. Although if we take the parlor, we are one step closer to that trophy that we need to get of 40 parlor games. But yeah, the whole reason, this is why I waited. The reason that I waited to take, I was like hemming and hawing about whether to end the run in the planetarium was because I knew that we had the 11-star reward of 5 gems, and I didn't want to skip that. Like, taking the planetarium would have skipped over that day that we would get the 5 gems. So, and we've seen that even if somehow there's, like, you have too many gems, quote unquote, didn't we have, like, a whole bunch of gems the day when we had the hovel, and we got offered the study? We might have even got offered the study a couple times. I feel like there's some behind the scenes stuff that the developers have put in to manage these situations where it's like, okay, we're going to start offering a room a little bit more now that the player is in this situation because now they're able to actually utilize it the way that we intend. I could be wrong, but either way, it's totally fine for us to take the observatory here. And we will go ahead and draft through that observatory after, of course, we get our 5 gems. Let's go. The only thing, it would be great if we could get Her Ladyship's chamber. if we could have managed to get that before the observatory, but it's a rare. You can't count on that. You take your beautiful Diamondus Major. Let's fucking go. 10 gems, 11 stars, and now we might, if we do get a planetarium, I would be much more open to spending the night in that planetarium, because you know what that would skip? It would skip Draxus the Dead. And I'm not sure that I want to get Draxus the Dead offered. We'll probably have to get Draxus the Dead at some point. But I might be okay taking that jump up to 13 stars and just skipping over 12. Lucky number 12. Okay, what do we get out of the observatory? I think it is a pretty easy security room here, because that's the only room that continues up the west wing, right? Bedroom versus nursery versus security. I don't think we would obviously never take the bedroom over the nursery here. It's only a choice between nursery and security. We still have that unsolved mystery about there being an upgrade disc somewhere. I might have to go back and review that floor plan. We could look at our house history and see, but there was some room somewhere that had an upgrade disc that I have no idea where that is. It feels correct, though, to take the security here. I don't want to close ourselves off. Let's take security so we can keep drafting up this wing. And, of course, security will let us do our duties of turning down the keycard restrictions. Yeah, see, there's no upgrade disc here. I wouldn't expect there to be. So there was one of the rarer rooms that was in our floor plan that somehow, somewhere, some way, is hiding a dang upgrade disc. Security settings toned down, and I'm also we're gonna log into the network and place an order for a magnifying glass. Wishing I would have placed an order for a shovel, but it's hard to anticipate these things. But maybe if you know, this is where maybe the planning ahead does start to factor in the special orders. If you knew that you were going to try and, draft a root cellar pretty soon, it would be pretty smart to put in an order ahead of time for a shovel, right? Try to line those things up. But for now, I'm gonna order another magnifying glass, because I do know of several things that we can utilize that for, and I feel like probably a lot of other stuff that I don't know yet, because there's rooms that we haven't been to, and there's almost certainly gonna be stuff with the magnifying glass that we can look at and examine in those areas. So, special order placed. We could also check our glossary here to see if there's anything new that's been added. Looking at my previous screenshots, we do have allowance that I think we know what allowance is, the set amount of gold granted at the beginning of each day. Your allowance typically left in the extra hall each morning. That part we know. What else was previously question marks? There was something on this screen, which was experiment. Yeah, experiment. From the terminal located in the laboratory, scientists and technicians can create experimental house features by selecting a trigger and an effect. This experimental feature will last until the end of the day. Yeah, we know all this stuff. Anything new on M through S? Looks like we did unlock Sanctum. Ooh, anything here about Mount Holly's inner sanctum? One of the oldest rooms in the house is a chamber deep underground, shrouded in mystery and adorned by 8 doors. There's got to be something that we can do with those doors eventually, right? They're too conspicuous. They've got the shapes in front of them. There's got to be something there. And T through Z, I think we've actually added 2 new things. We've got a trophy, a brass distinction of genuine achievement, proudly displayed for all to see in Mount Holly's very own trophy room. Hopefully we get to draft that now. And then I guess we added an entry for underground. Resting far beneath the estate's foundations are a series of covert chambers and caverns, their existence known only to a few select individuals within the household. Yep, okay, cool. So nothing mind-blowing there, but still good to update our most recent findings. So there we go. Okay, nothing to do but continue drafting. That's a patio. We finally get a room, even though we have no other green rooms just yet. And I think, though, that I take it here because I want, if the draft does work the way that I think maybe it does, well, the thing is, I want a greenhouse first. We want the greenhouse before we get anything else. But we're not going to get the greenhouse offered by going up the west wing. That's the only thing here. Is it ever just a dark room? I don't really want to take a dark room. But we also do... one of the things on our to-do list is getting to turn the lights back on in the dark room with the utility closet. Do we want to be taking a shot in the dark this soon? It does give us 2 doors, and so it might give us a shot at the garage. The garage is one of those rooms that we would like to see pretty soon here. We've only got 2 keys so far. And if we take either the nook or the patio, the garage becomes much harder to get. I would basically only be taking the patio to try to get a shot at getting a shovel. That would be the main impetus. That feels like a long shot, and we're getting so little value out of our patio. I think I'm just going to settle for the reading nook. We're going to settle for the reading nook. We get the key, and, you know, the library may not point in the direction we want, but we'll live in that world, or we'll deal with that eventuality if we must. But we at least get a key, and we don't have to fuck with the dark room yet. So let's take that nook. We'll keep the patio in the pool, hopefully, to get some more value out of it. If our draft does manage to steer its way into green rooms. Although those are feeling like a bit of a long shot at this point. I do think we draft the reading nook now, though, and we see exactly where that goes. Because maybe it gets us a room that continues across rank 3. We'll see how this pans out. Okay, the chapel does point in the right direction, so it's probably right for us to go ahead and take that, and maybe continue drafting. I think it's a pretty easy library. The only decision is whether we're going to continue drafting through the library, or do we now turn around and try to draft through the gymnasium, really just cleanly fill out ranks 1 through 3, and then start to go into rank 4. I think we will go ahead and just keep drafting in this direction while we're here on the west side. Don't overthink things. We're in a much better situation resource-wise than we were on the previous day, where we only had like 1 key or whatever going into rank 4. 3 keys feels a lot nicer, and even though we have those 2 rooms left in rank 3, let's just follow this path as far as it goes. We could get the garage offered to get more keys as well. Let's just see where things go here in the west hand side of things. And we get to request a new book that we have not seen yet. We've only got 2 more. So let's do the fixed stars, see what that gets us. And we'll definitely, excuse me, we'll definitely check our log books, because we've now inherited the manor. And maybe there's going to be some new, oh my gosh. Look at that. Inheritance after, is this saying that we inherited it after 22 hours? That's how long it took us to get to room 46 for the first time? Okay. Again, these times I feel like are just a little bit skewed because of the fact that I don't necessarily play the game all. Obviously, I'm slow to begin with, but I also sometimes leave the game running for long periods of time. So take all that with a grain of salt. Nothing else too different, though, on that in the discovery records. Let's check the scrapbook. Has to be something new here, right? Has to be something new to celebrate our new achievement. Or maybe not. Nothing different other than whatever the changes in the, you know, most drafted and whatnot. I don't see anything new. The fact that we've inherited the mansion has not made it into our scrapbook yet. Maybe we've been too busy. We've been too busy buying stuff in the gift shop and thinking about the trophy room. No time to scrapbook appropriately. Okay, into rank 4. Let's see what we get. Oh, okay. We get a, look at this. We get lost and found when we have 0 items. We get lost and found when we have 0 items so far. 0 special items, that is. Inventory items. We have lots of resources, but I don't think those count. It's not going to like take a random gem or something when we enter the lost and found. So I think we take this because these are rare items. You know, obviously my min-max brain starts to think about It's definitely not a laundry room. We don't want a dead end here, and we have no gold. So we can rule out the laundry room. And I think we can rule out the aquarium as well. I think we're definitely taking the new room. It's just now, maybe I change plans and I go all the way around back to the gymnasium and, you know, think about drafting in that direction. Because now the lost and found in this position does potentially act as a bottleneck. We could, you know, grab the items that we get, the rare items from lost and found. We could take those, depending on what they are. We could go back to the gymnasium and try to draft from there and not come back through lost and found. To lose an item, this is the concern, right? When you go into lost and found, you lose an item. So these rare items, I don't know what they could be. It could be items that we've never seen before. Either way, I would probably not want to just lose them by having to walk through lost and found. But we're going to go ahead and take it because it's a new room. And I think we are also going to step inside and see what those items are and potentially even draft the door through lost and found. And then we can make a decision as to where we go. Let's take the new room. Exciting. Lost and found. Let's read the flavor text before we go inside. I guess easier to go through this way. There we go. Lost and found. There has always been a history of things disappearing on the estate, including this very floor plan, which had been lost for many years itself and missing from the directory. Oh, but we read this though, didn't we? We already read this when we added the floor plan last time after digging it up. Now that it has been found, some long lost items from Mount Holly's past might finally resurface. Let's find out. It did not take a random gem. I was pretty sure that it would not. Oh man, there's an upgrade disc and there's an allowance token. That kind of a rare item, huh? Well, now we don't even have to worry about that at all, do we? Oh, there's something else here that could be very interesting to our overall puzzle. Piecing together puzzles. This is maybe one actual puzzle piece that goes together with what we've seen in the clock tower. I'll go ahead and screenshot that right off the bat. Don't know what to make of it. Don't know where it fits into things. Could it be that these are actually, now that I am, though, I just said that, I don't know where it fits in, but what if this has to do with the inner sanctum? That's what I'm thinking now. This shape here doesn't make sense. I don't know what this, it almost looks like a pizza, a couple little pizza things, but with it's like a piece of broken pottery or something that looks like it fits together with what was in the clock tower. And the clock tower had a shape on it that we have seen in the inner sanctum. And we've also seen it in the underground mine. I think we need more pieces before this is going to make sense. But we now have an upgrade disc. Ah, that is something. Okay, the allowance token here, the Morajai box. It might not be an allowance token. We should play the Morajai game and find out. But, okay, this is, this is quite the fancy room that's been set up here. Lost and found in the most dilapidated set of... just fold up tables, and there's a black pawn in this room. Okay. Let's play the Morajai game. Let's see if we can get this one. I guess we need a pink piece in each corner. So how do these work? Okay. That moved that. Oh, I think it moved. There were two. Okay, so the square we clicked on was here. And then, so that makes, there's 5 squares surrounding it. And I think what it did is it moved in a clockwise manner. It moved all of the squares that were surrounding it. So that means if I move this again, it's going to deactivate this pink square, right? Yeah, as soon as you move it away from that corner. Yeah, this is acting the way that I thought. So how do I get... I have 5 pink squares. I could do this. Oh. And then I could do... Oh, that's not what I forgot it's going to do all the squares, isn't it? Isn't it going to do all the squares? That is what it's doing. So it's not quite acting the way that I thought. It might be easier to do this. And then you could do this. And then you could do... Is this going to work the way that I think it will? Close, but I need these to be, like, together. I need these to be, like, one square apart. Which means I could do... I don't want to click the middle. I don't want that. Could I do... How do I get this? I might also be able to rotate by clicking the blank squares. No, it's only the pink squares. Blank squares have no effect. Oh, I could do this, couldn't I? But that gets me in the same spot. It gets me in the same position. So do I need to play... I might need to play around with one of these squares in the middle. I might need to do that. So if I could manage to get... Could I do... How exactly do I get these spaced out appropriately? Do I now switch this one? Now I'm starting to feel like I'm just randomly moving stuff. I'm not... what is the game plan here? I mean, we could just randomly click stuff and then just hope to get lucky. But it's more satisfying to me if you can figure out some logical sequencing. I can always reset, right? Get back to the original state. I don't know if that helps me. But if I'm in the original state... Okay, now is when I would love to have this corner square in the middle. Because obviously I would win. And I can't... I need that stuff. I can't quite... Could I... Is there a way to flip this around? See, with that in the middle, that's not going to quite get me there. Because I don't have... I can get... three... No, I can't even cover 3 of the corners like this. I could do that, but that's... So I could cover 3 of the corners this way, but now I still have one of these squares that's out of place. How do I get that square in place? I did it. As it turns out, I was like, how am I going to figure this out? And as it turned out, it was kind of just random clicking that got me there. I didn't have a plan after all. What the fuck? I'm just realizing there is some writing here. Do not make allowances. Has this been on every single allowance token? Maybe it has. I'm gonna check my footage. Does that say 1846? And there's a number 2 here. I guess that means that your allowance has been raised by 2. Probably. Maybe that's been the same on every single token, and I'm just now reading, do not make allowances. Why is that written on an allowance token, huh? Okay, allowance up to 18. Let's go. Feels good. And now, here's the thing. We don't have to pick up this upgrade disc, right? We can pick up the dice. I had noticed that there was 2 dice. That's awesome. But we don't have to pick up this upgrade disc, except there is security. And we could just take that to security right now and get that out of the way. Because that would add an upgraded room to our pool, potentially right away if we haven't already drafted that room today. It would cost us a few extra steps. And maybe, you know, that could be we could say, well, let's actually go back over to the gymnasium and draft from there. We do want to get ourselves some coins at some point, though. It would be nice if we could get some coins and on our way back, go to the commissary and buy some running shoes. Or we eventually, you know, buy something else in the gift shop if we get like the vault or something. So that's the thing. this rare items thing, we only lose the item, I think, if it's in our inventory, right? So we can leave that disc on the table and come back and use it at security later. And so maybe that's maybe that's what we'll do, is we'll just not overthink this. Let's just go ahead and keep drafting from this point. Because who knows, maybe we get down to rank 3 anyways from Lost and Found. We just remember now, we know there's an upgrade disc in the house this time, but we know what room it's in. And we have 3 dice as well, which is insane. Let's just keep drafting from here. And once we get like the dining room or some way to like replenish our steps or coins where we know we're going to get some running shoes, then we can think about going back to the gymnasium. For now, let's keep drafting. Oh, okay. Okay, well, guest room versus planetarium versus dark room. Is this one of those dice? Are we going to use one of those dice right off of the bat? I think we might. Like, if I'm going to have to settle for a dark room, I would love it to be to the side somewhere or off in the corner. Some corner of my floor plan where I'm not like the main branch that's going into the rest of the house. That's not what we want here. This has got to be a reroll. I want to get the planetarium at some point today, but a redraw here is well in order, I think. Okay. Hallway versus drawing room. Feels like a hallway to me. We get a key, don't have to spend a gem, and we get a door that goes both into rank 3 and rank 5. That's kind of perfect. I think that's actually perfect, and I think we just go ahead and keep on drafting at least down into rank 3, because we know we don't have to worry about locked doors there. So now we could consider putting a really nice dead end there somewhere, and we still have the option to go back through the gymnasium at some point if we want. So I think that's a very straightforward hallway, and we will go ahead and draft it. Yes. It's just there's a little bit of a decision here at some point. How do we want to handle the ordering with the upgrade disc? Like, do I ever just spend the 6 extra steps now before going to the hallway to go back, deal with the upgrade disc, get it out of the way, and then you don't have to think about it ever again? Because it would be pretty nice if we're able to connect this hallway to the gymnasium in some way. Not that we want to be going through the gymnasium, but depending on how the draft goes, we don't want to, like, if we get our hands on a shovel after we go through Lost and Found, we really don't want to risk losing that shovel going through Lost and Found again at some point. I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to take the hallway, and then we're going to go and we're going to deal with the upgrade disc, and then hope that we don't have to come back through Lost and Found, that we can make our way with 2 dice and 3 keys. We can make our way, connect up to the gymnasium, and hopefully get our hands on some more coins to be able to buy some running shoes and whatnot down the road. Let's do that. I don't think I have to grab the key just yet because we're going to come right back here. So let's take the hallway, and we'll take the upgrade disc and go deal with that business. Take care of it now. Get it out of the way. And if we're lucky, we get a fancy new room that we get to draft. Fancy upgraded room. What do we have? The billiard room. We get to upgrade the billiard room. Okay, there is a speakeasy. Oh, I see. I thought at first, what does it mean by basic addition? Because I'm thinking about addition floor plans, right? Because that's a floor plan type. They're talking about the math puzzles aren't going to be hard anymore. I'm a math guy, so the math puzzles are not a problem so far. They threw a little curveball with having us do some exponents last time, but that's fine as well. I think we'll be okay on the math front. The break room is, if you call it a day in break room, tomorrow you will begin the day with a staff key card. Dude, I think that's what I want. I almost don't even need to look at the last option, but of course we will. This makes it a tomorrow room as well as a puzzle room. And we get to, dude, starting the day with a key card, that is so amazing. At the same time, we could take a pool hall. It turns it into a hallway, And then it adds Great Hall, Foyer, and Secret Passage to today's draft pool. I mean, that's fun. That's fun. It does not quite, it doesn't synergize with the bunk room that we've never been able to draft to double our keys. It makes that less likely to happen. So I think I take the break room. I mean, the pool hall is fine. Like, we've done the foyer and great hall thing now twice, correct? So now that combo is, it's fun, but it's not quite as much of a something to look forward to as we've had in the past. So break room. Starting the day with a key card, that seems so good. And this is a common. That's the thing. It's a common tomorrow room that has a really positive effect. Like we've talked about it so many times. Starting the day with a key card just feels so nice. And then when you get a security room early and turn up that security level, awesome. Like that's worth so many keys. That it's got to be a break room. I feel like that's just such a skewed. There's like no contest between this one and the other options. But we'll when I go to replay this game, starting a fresh file, I'll choose the other options. Well, I don't know about the basic edition one. I kind of like the more challenging math games. So either way, the whatever that other one was called, the pool hall, we'll wait for another day. Break room it is. Easy call there. And now we continue on drafting through the hallway. Steps are getting down a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to draft in the rank 3 and get our hands on some good stuff. Whatever it is, it's hopefully going to be good stuff that keeps the draft going in one way or another. We want a shovel is really what we want. We just didn't get it at the commissary, and we're kind of now hoping for it randomly to show up in some green rooms, if we can get our hands on those. As a pool. Okay, I think I like taking the pool here. We could take the bedroom, just take a bedroom, and that's an elbow that just fits perfectly into the floor plan here. Could have an extra item, and would help us a little bit in that steps department, especially if we are connecting with a gymnasium here. And maybe that's the correct pick. The pool adds the locker room, the sauna, and the pump room. We still want to connect the pump room with the boiler room, so getting that in the draft pool would help get us in that direction. The utility closet is still sitting there, though. Like, I keep passing over the utility closet. When we have some new information from the office email account that we now know there's a way to get a white indicator, and there's a sequence that we want to get from those buttons that could do something. We just don't know what. Then that's why I've been passing it. It's just that I don't know exactly what it does for me. So there's that reason to draft the utility closet always. We have the security room as well. We could go back to the security room and turn up the security level now to give us as many security doors as possible. So this is not an easy choice. Oh, the other thing is that the utility closet would deactivate the gym. And we could, even though this is a dead end, we could feel a little bit better about going, if we had to, go all the way around to the gym and drafting from there, because then we wouldn't have to, that we're not losing steps going through that. Maybe this is the utility closet. I think we actually might take the utility closet because of those reasons. And also, I don't have to go back to the gymnasium right now, right? We don't have to go back through security, although it kind of makes sense. It would make sense to do that because you want to get as many security doors as you can now that the security system is disabled. It's just that if we did that, if we go all the way back to the gymnasium and draft from there, we are down to 9 steps. We're starting with 9 steps at the gymnasium. All the bedrooms are still in the pool. So if we got the nursery and then all the other bedrooms on top of that, we would be right back in the ball game. We haven't drafted a kitchen yet. There's still a lot of ways for us to get steps. The game has a way of doing that. Even though we wouldn't be buying the sneakers, the running shoes are one of those, and those are still in the commissary. But at the very least, we would get to try something new. We would finally get to do this new VAC sequence or whatever that we've been waiting to do with the utility closet, and it would be available for us if we do get the dark room or something Well, the dark room is the main one, that the other room that we're hoping to get with the utility closet. This is risky. This is a risky choice here, but I think I'm okay taking it, because I always feel so much better. Even if our run ends, we've done something that's added like permanent progress, even if it's just Metroidvania, Metroidbrania stuff. But we want that. So let's take the utility closet, and then we don't have to step in just yet. There's also a dig site there, but we need a shovel. What we can do is we can try to draft through the hallway and see what rank 5 offers us. That will give us could give us additional information as to where we want to path next. It is locked. Do I want to open the door? I think the answer is yes. I would like to see what's offered here before I make any other decisions. So I'm going to spend a key here. And it does give us a guest bedroom. Or there's a planetarium. But I don't think... It's also a spare bedroom, right? The spare bedroom gives us a room that opens up into the rest of the house. But we could live in a world here where we say, all right, let's take the guest bedroom, and now we're going to go ahead and head all the way around and go through the gymnasium. It cuts us off from the West Wing. We're not getting to the West Wing very easily. That might be okay. We have 2 dice. This is the thing, right? With 2 dice and 2 doors out of the gymnasium, we're still... It's going to be pretty hard to dead end us. We still have lots of ways to open up to the rest of the house and maybe even get to the West Wing eventually. We did have to spend a key here, which is not ideal, perhaps. But this does put Lost and Found out of our thinking. We don't have to worry about Lost and Found anymore. The only thing we might have a tough time doing would be getting back to the utility closet if we get the dark room at some point. But that's a concern for farther down the road, I think. If we're able to get the running shoes and get our hands on a lot more steps, then we can think about doing that eventually. I think I'm going to take the guest bedroom here, and we're going to redirect our draft. It makes sense. We get to set the security level up after changing the utility closet settings, powering down the security system. I think this just makes sense. Like we could have used a die there. That would have been, there could have been an argument to use a die, but I think I'm okay saving it. We even get a key back, so we didn't even spend a key. There you go. So we got 10 steps, and now we get to do the utility closet, and we get to try this new sequence. We miss out on the dig spot in the utility closet for the moment, but we're missing out on every single dig spot everywhere. Okay, powering down gym, powering down keycard system, powering up the garage, just in case that's relevant. I don't think it matters what we do with the dark room, because I think that's going to be off no matter what we do. As soon as we set foot, this breaker gets triggered. So I don't think this matters, but we might as well turn it off anyways. I don't know if that... Like, we want to turn it on after we've drafted the dark room. That's the key about this switch. We don't have to think about it for now. Let's go ahead and do this. I got to pull up my notes from the mailroom to do this VAC sequencing again. Press any button above to activate blue. It's once you get them all green, I guess. You get them all green first, and then you activate blue. I seem to remember you press a blue indicator. Oh, you have to press a blue indicator next to a red. So that's like this. So then, okay, yeah, we just go down the line like this, right? And this gets us all our purples. Keep going down the sequencing until we get to all purple. And now that it's all purple, let's see, 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6. We got that. So we have 6 purples, and now I need to check the email again from the office. So apparently now that we've set all 6 indicators to purple, now we should have access to the white indicator. And now this is when we want to set the sequence. The correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, and purple. So that's what we want. We want it to be off, blue, green, white, red, and purple. So then if I press this one, that gets us white. There it is. Now, the thing is, I don't think I get to just... There's going to be some funny... Well, maybe. Oh, wow, that worked like that. So pressing a blue next to a purple eats the purple? That's unfortunate, because now I don't have access to purple. So, okay, you really need to think about how you're going to do this. Because white can go back to purple, I guess. But then... Oh, God, yeah, that's... Okay, that's gonna... Wow, so I have to go back and do this all over again. So you've got to put in some thought before you... get ahead of yourself. Because now that eats that one. Oh, gosh, that's annoying. So how do you... If one of these is... So, okay, so if it's off, you get either green, or you get red, or you get off. Giggity. When it's blue, and it's off to the right, it just switches places. And then I think if you were to press blue here, you would end up... The blue eats the purple, but it also eats the off. So blue kind of eats the spaces next to it, is kind of how that works. What happens with two blues? It just kind of eats the other blue. So, okay, so blue wants to eat... That's how I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking like Pac-Man terms here. The blue Pac-Man is wanting to eat the purple and the off and all the other colors. And the only way to get white is when you have 6 purples. So if we wanted to get... When you have purple without... So if there's 6 purples and you click one of them, it goes white. But then if you don't have 6 purples and you click purple, it goes blue. It goes blue. And then from blue, you're kind of stuck. From blue, blue just wants... I see. If purples... Got it. Purple can only be one of 2 things if you click it. If there are 6 purples on the board, one of them turns white. The one that you click turns white. Then, from there, whichever one you click next would turn blue. The question is... From blue... Blue can either... From blue... That's it. When you click blue, that square is going to turn off. If it's not next to a red. It's different if it's next to a red, because then it turns purple. We need things to be white. The sequence at the end is going to be white, red, and purple. Let's get this back into a state here. Let's go. I guess we have to go like. Yeah, blue just eats. Blue just eats everything. It's a bit of a problem. Okay, so now we have our 6 purples. I think we always have to do this, because that's the only way to get white. At this point, now, none of these are going to have the possibility of becoming white. So that is like the first thing that has to happen. Now, the next thing that happens is what? We need this to be red, don't we? I guess we could see what happens if we click white. Did I do that already? I might not have done that. We might need to see what happens if I click white, because that might be the answer here. Could I get, without clicking white, could I get this 5th button to turn red? If I turn... If I turn... Well, maybe we should find that out first, because this is going to become blue, I think, if I click this. But then what happens if blue tries to eat white and purple? It just eats them, doesn't it? I think the first thing I want to find out is what happens if I click white. Let's do that first. It turns back to purple. Okay. So that's actually pretty easy. That's nice. So we kind of know that this has to happen, doesn't it? That's like step 1. Now the next step, that has to be step 1, because otherwise you're never getting... You have to get this one white somehow, and this is the only way to do it. And now this one has to be red. So could I do... Let's see what happens. If we turn this blue, and now I try to eat white and purple. It doesn't eat white. Blue cannot eat white. The white, it's the invincibility Pac-Man. Nothing can eat. Nothing can eat the invincible Pac-Man. Okay. Or is it a Fire Flower Mario? Whatever state that is represented by the white button in this case, it's what we want. So now, how do I get this to be purple though now? So did I do this in the right order? Because now I could turn this green, but I could also turn it red, and then I could turn this purple? That didn't work the way that I thought it was going to. I need this to be red, but I need this to be... This is going to turn blue, right? And now blue just eats green. How do I even make this happen? I need red and purple? But I can't get this purple without red next to it, right? Does this over here have to be red? Can it work circularly? If I turn this blue and then I click it again, it's going to eat this guy, and that's going to turn this off. We need the sequence to be off, blue, and then green. So I kind of want this one to be blue, don't I? So let's say we get this one to be blue, and then we get it to eat the purple here. I think that is what I want, because now I can turn this one green, and now I can turn this one blue, and I can also click it again, because now it's going to eat this guy essentially, which is going to change nothing, but it's going to turn this one off. So now this side of the board, these first four are in the sequence that I want. But I still have this problem of red and purple. But can I solve that by turning this red temporarily? And now clicking this? That doesn't quite work. How do I get this one now to be purple? That's my issue. I don't know how to make this one purple. Well, I need this one to be red as well. Oh, but I could... No, it's gonna... Oh. Oh, that's... Okay. What I forgot is when blue tries to eat red, that's how it turns purple. For some reason, I thought doing that was going to end up with the purple in this square here. That's what I was missing. We have it now, don't we? Holy shit. What? Did we just find, like, the master power switch? What in the world? There are so many pipes and wires, theoretically, in those pipes that are coming out of this box. The biggest... Frankenstein mad scientist... Pull the lever! What? Oh my god, it's opening this door. It's opening this door. The Gemstone Cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gems? What? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. This is a blind playthrough, folks. It's, you know, it's the kind of playthrough that I like to watch because I like to see the player making these decisions without any help, because it's how I like to play. But so those of you watching are almost certainly like me, but I also know that with the blind playthrough comes moments of You all know that the gemstone cavern has been just so close. If I would have just picked the utility closet one of these days after reading the email in the office, how many times have I skipped the utility closet? And how many of those times have you all been sitting, wherever you've been sitting watching these, saying, take that damn utility closet? What the fuck? Gemstone cavern? Okay. Best pick ever. There it is. Look at that. Permanent additions. You'll start each day with an extra 2 gems. 18 gold, 2 gems every single day. And we could have had that for how long now? Oh my god. Dude, that is a big that's a pretty big, when you're starting a fresh file, when you're starting a new run, you're gonna want the utility closet ASAP, aren't you? Because you know how to do that. I was thinking to myself, it could be interesting when you, down the road, way down the road, when you get to the point where you are, you know, you're trying to start the game over, but you know all these things. You could place some limitations on yourself. You could say, you know what, I'm not going to allow myself to access the gemstone cavern before I've actually accessed the, like, you need several things, right? We needed to know the password to the terminals, Swan Song. And the only way for us to glean that information was to use the magnifying glass on one of those bulletin boards. Or to get a letter delivered to us in the mailroom by our friend. What was his name? Moore or Randolph? Or is it Randolph Moore? Whoever our friend sending us all those letters is, we need to change the security level now that the security system has been disabled. You could impose some limitations on yourself to say, hey, I'm still going to play the game as close as I can to when I played it for the first time. I didn't have access to this information, so I'm not going to have access to this until I actually get the magnifying glass and look at the security room bulletin board. That could be fun to live in that world. Play by the house rules that simulate that that first playthrough experience. Okay, we want security level high, but we do want the offline mode unlocked, because otherwise we're gonna have a whole bunch of doors that are in our way completely. Even if we do get our hands on a security card. Okay, we also want to explore the gemstone cavern. We also want to explore there. Do we go outside to explore the gemstone cavern now? We would spend probably like at least 6 extra steps to go out there. We're going through the entrance hall no matter what. I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to see what the new room's all about. And if it ends our run sooner than it would otherwise, you know, this is the price that you pay. That's why we got a guest bedroom. So when a situation like this happens, you know, we don't feel as bad taking these extra steps to go outside of the manor. Because it looked like there could be gems in there. You know, yes, we're going to start our day with more gems, but I also kind of want to just see if we can get gems right now. Excited to see when and if this door is going to open. I have a feeling this door might connect to the foundation in some way. Maybe that's what's gonna, that basement key door that we still need to unlock might connect to that door, but that is for down the road. We have a new room, gemstone cavern. Can I actually take any of these gems? Oh, I forgot this as well. There's a new blue flame. Blue flame number 3. Boom. Sparking that match. That blue flame match or lighter. Whatever implement's being used. Third torch is lit. Let's go. I don't think I can actually just take any of these gems off the wall. Sadly. I want one of them to be mine. I have 9 gems already. I'm so greedy. I'm such a greedy bastard. I saw the note over here, though. Anything to see with the magnifying glass? Not on first glance. Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls. So I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. Okay. Okay, so this guy also was having to deal with some greedy bastards. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now there is still 1 more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track, and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. Ah, right, this is the minecart that we had to move via our first opening, the first door that we opened with the basement key. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. Done. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. That second way that I think they're talking about must be through the tomb or the catacombs, or maybe those are both the same thing. And we have yet to access that because I still think that the tomb is going to be our 8th room. The 8th outer room, that is. I cannot pick up any of these gems, sadly, so it's just a fun little note that's hinting at something that we kind of already know about. So, okay, we lit a blue flame, so steps not completely wasted, but I could have done this. I could have done this tomorrow. Could have done it tomorrow morning, but it is what it is. We live in the world where we're going to have a gymnasium with the lights turned off. We don't have to worry about those steps, but we are going to need some more steps pretty soon. Game, be kind. Even a kitchen. We have 2 coins. A kitchen will get us, a banana probably. So we'll even take a kitchen if we can get our hands on one. That's cool. The gemstone cavern has been unlocked. We got a gift shop. Things are happening, folks. We've inherited the manor. That one big check mark box has been checked off the list, but there's still so much to do. What's the store gonna get us? Ah, there's that kitchen. There it is. A bedroom that doesn't point into rank 4. What's up with that? I think we take the kitchen here. No being greedy. Get that kitchen, and hopefully we're going to get our hands on some more coins. The only question is, I think I will draft the other room through the gymnasium first, because it could be a greenhouse or some other, maybe a room that gets us some more coins, and we would want to do some more spending in the kitchen. Is that how we want to sequence this? Yes, that is how I want to sequence it. We're taking the kitchen, because we need steps. We also need coins. We need lots of things. But let's draft this door as well and see what we get. There is a courtyard. Oh, there's also a bunk room, and it gets to double our keys. The only problem, the only slight little problem is that we're down to the 1 door through the kitchen. But we have 2 dice. But it's a courtyard, and the courtyard could have a shovel. Ooh, I really want to double my keys, and this is the perfect spot for it. And I want to get whatever, gems or keys or other items are in the bunk room. Notably, we don't have a nursery, so we don't get the steps out of the bunk room that we would love to get. But we also dead end ourselves. I do have to remember there is a book in the bunk room that we have not fully read. That would be another reason to take it here. Should I just do that because we have the 2 dice? Maybe I do that. We collect the additional intelligence, but man, it just, drafting out of that particular spot, the kitchen in that area, it's so confined. Like there's so many, even with 2 rerolls, there are so many rooms, so many elbows and dead ends that are still in our pool. And even if we get 3 ways, they're not guaranteed to be pointed in the right direction. We might have to settle for a passageway just to make sure we get a door. But we certainly would have a lot of freaking keys. We wouldn't have any doors standing in our way. We would just need the doors to draft. Man, the possibility, though, that the courtyard has a shovel, this is such a tough choice. I just can't do it to myself. I cannot take a dead end here. I want the resources. I want to double my keys. I want to read all the pages that I missed in the book, in the bunk room. But all the keys in the world aren't going to do me jack shit if I don't have any doors to draft out of. This is too constraining. And the chance that we get a shovel, and I have to take the courtyard here. It's just too much better. Hopefully we get the bunk room to come back around to us. Take the chance at the green room. Okay, this works out. Okay, it's a metal detector, which is fine. We need coins and we need keys. This is fine, but it's not ideal. This root cellar, man, there are so many dig sites, and we're kind of running out of ways to get our hands on a shovel. But I suppose let's see what this door here has to offer before we go to rank 5. And maybe this, whether this connects back to the kitchen or not, doesn't really matter. A walk-in closet. That's perfect. Could potentially have a shovel, although I don't think we've seen a shovel there yet. But even if it doesn't, like, this is fine. A walk-in closet is great. And we kind of, you know, we could take a parlor. We could take a parlor here, and that would give us another door into rank 5. It wouldn't be the worst parlor to take, but it's a walk-in closet. Like, maybe there's a shovel. I want to believe that there's a shovel there somewhere. This Cloister of Lydia is hilarious that it's... Oh, look, it's connected to a kitchen. Isn't that what you wanted? Haha. We gotta take the walk-in closet, don't we? Again, we're leaving ourselves less options than if we take the parlor. We're leaving ourselves with fewer options in terms of doors. But we're drafting up the east wing. We still have a chapel in the pool. We still have a drawing room and all the other uncommon or standard rarity T-shaped rooms. The east wing hall is there as well. Even the greenhouse at this point is fine because that wall should open up. We should now have an opening that the greenhouse should act like an elbow if we were to draft it out of the courtyard. Maybe that would have been one room to draft that first to see if we get a courtyard offered. Sorry, a greenhouse offered instead. Try to get the green room first. I'm going to take the walk-in closet. I want there to be a shovel here. I want there to be a shovel. I don't think Lady Epson is interested in keeping a shovel in her walk-in closet, but I want to see. And it could be more keys as well. Like, we're actually okay on gems. So getting more access to keys or special keys or maybe a salt shaker. A walk-in closet here I think does better for us. Even though it doesn't give us a door to rank 5, but we have one from the courtyard. And it's a key guard door, so we know it opens. Okay. I don't see a shovel. there was never going to be a shovel here, but I had to hold out hope. There is a salt shaker, and we have not bought anything from the kitchen yet, so this is good. 2 gems is fine. And then there is, well, that's only 3 items, so there should be a 4th item here somewhere. I'm not immediately seeing it. Oh, it's a key over here. Sorry. It was on the other shelf. Okay. Black pawn in here, if I didn't note that already. Did we also, you know what I just realized? I made a mistake once again. The guest bedroom. We could have taken the time in the guest bedroom. Maybe I'll have it in my footage. I may or may not check later the footage for the guest bedroom. I don't think I can I see? There's no way I can see the artwork on the wall in the guest bedroom. The artwork, though, the word pairings at 5-3. I don't have those noted yet. And I could have done it when I was in the guest bedroom. And I forgot. I only just now occurred to me. Okay, but we did get an additional key at the very least. It probably makes sense for us to turn back and get... Does it make sense to go back to the kitchen with just 2 coins? It kind of doesn't, does it? You go back to the kitchen and get a banana for 4 steps, and you're just using those, like you're spending 2 and you're spending 4 steps to do a round trip. That doesn't make sense. Okay, we really do need to get steps here soon. We need stuff to happen for us. So we need coins is what we need. Did I even check the menu in the kitchen? I didn't go in, did I? Because I wanted to see what was in the gymnasium. Because I didn't spend the steps. I should have maybe gone into the kitchen before doing this, and I wouldn't have had a problem. Okay. There is a greenhouse. And I think we take that over a veranda? Question mark? Do we take that over a veranda? You're more likely to draw green rooms. But there's also a greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Which of these do I think has more chance of having a shovel? The greenhouse did have a shovel one time in it, but that was a day, I think, where we already had the watering can. We had picked up the watering can out in the tool shed. And then that same day, we did get a shovel along with those organic gems. The veranda, on the other hand, had the shovel on day 12. And it just buffs itself, right? That's the thing, is the veranda is buffing itself. And we've already picked up... Well, it's only been a metal detector and salt that we've picked up. So there could be... But we know that there's a sledgehammer and running shoes in the commissary. And I think the way the game works is it's not going to put... No, I take that back. I think it actually could give us the same item. An item that we've already seen in the commissary could appear out in the house somewhere else. It's not going to say, oh, you've already got one, a sledgehammer in the commissary. I'm going to take that out of the pool. I think we've actually contradicted that statement. At least one day previously, I remember that happening where we went back to the commissary. It might have been the magnifying glass. One item that we had, it said, it updated it to say, oh, sold out, because you've already got it. This has got to be a veranda, right? We draft the veranda, and then, like, we have the gems. The gems are not a concern. Like, the greenhouse would be cool, but I can't, you know, we do have the door leading out to rank 5, as I suspected, but the veranda gets us, we have plenty of keys. We get the veranda door that takes us to rank 6, as well as gives us a shot at a shovel. There's, I think, a better shot at getting a shovel from the veranda. And also now it buffs the chance of getting a shovel if we do draft the greenhouse after the veranda. I think that's the correct ordering here. It's less gems efficient, theoretically, because we could get a terrace still before a veranda, but we're down to 6 steps. We need to get our hands on a shovel ASAP and dig up some damn turnips. Let's take the veranda. I don't think that's worth a redraw either. It's a trunk. Okay, the trunk could have coins, so we'll open that. We have 5 keys, so it's definitely worth opening this trunk. Even if we don't have a sledgehammer, we need the coins. And maybe enough coins will spawn here? Okay, it's a lockpick kit. That's fine. I guess. That's fine. That's fine. Like, you know, we'll use it. But we sure need a shovel, goddammit. We sure need a shovel. Or we need a bunch of coins to be able to make... Because right now we're at 5 steps. Like, this is the turning point where if we have to go into the next room... we're not going to be able to make it back to the kitchen without help. So if we don't find... we have to find a shovel, basically, at this point. I think we're down to, like, hoping that the greenhouse gets us a shovel. I spent a bunch of extra steps that I didn't have to go back out to the mine in retrospect. I didn't know that at the time. The gemstone cavern, that is. So that's maybe going to cost us our run. We'll see how it goes. That is a secret passage, but it's also a laboratory. The laboratory experiment could get us steps. We could get that 40-step effect from the laboratory. The other choice is to take the secret passage and take a green room. That's got to be correct, right? Yes, it's our third hallway. It's our third hallway, and now we're not getting our bunk room proc. But we got 4 keys and a lockpick kit. And we know that the security system is powered down at a maximum setting. So there's the maximum amount of security doors that we're going to see from here on out. We've got to take secret passage here. Even if we have to end up taking a courtyard, the courtyard has a buffed chance of having a shovel in it now. I want to do laboratory experiments, but this has got to be a secret passage. We've got to unlock the shovel. We got to get our hands on a shovel. If we don't get our hands on a shovel, the run's done. That's it. So the secret passage, I think, is the way to make this happen. We could get, we'll probably be offered courtyard, veranda, and greenhouse again. Would we take a second veranda? We might just do that. We get double buff to finding items in green rooms, and that second veranda would be that much more likely to have a shovel. Or is it a better chance of getting the shovel if we take another courtyard? This has got to be it. One way or the other, we got to take the secret passage here. And then we can, you know, labor over that final decision, one of our perhaps final decisions of whether or not we take, you know, a courtyard versus a veranda. Try our lockpick kit, and it does work. Oh, there's also an aquarium. I had forgotten about the aquarium. Okay. Courtyard, greenhouse, aquarium. The courtyard is free in this case. So just from a value perspective, the courtyard is the best value. We don't get any special synergy from the aquarium, unless, of course, we have tomato soup back in the kitchen. But I don't know that for sure. So as we don't have a nursery, which means the aquarium doesn't get us extra steps. So I feel like this is just a courtyard. The greenhouse gets us a lot more gems, although when we have a free courtyard, that might not be the case. So the greenhouse might not even get us more gems. The courtyard gets us more doors. And I think it probably has the best chance at getting us a shovel when we've already taken the veranda. Like, we want to see, the thing you can say about the greenhouse is that it would make stuff like the cloister more likely, but we don't really, like, the cloister doesn't necessarily get us a shovel. I feel like I've seen a shovel in the courtyard far more often than I've seen it in any other green room. And we know the greenhouse is still in the pool. The courtyard is here simply because we took the secret passage, and that's another argument to take it, is that it's not going to get offered again, unless you get a prism key. I'm going to take the courtyard. I think this is our best shot. And it also happens to be the best value. There is a shovel. Oh, thank... There's a sledgehammer there as well, by the way. Now, what we really need is to... There were dig sites in the veranda, right? There were dig sites in the veranda, but we're only going to have enough steps to have the dig sites in this courtyard and the veranda without... We have to get at least one turnip. Right, we're stepping in here, right? We're stepping in here. There's so many dig sites. Actually, there's not that many dig sites. There's 4. I thought for a second there was only 3, and I was like, that seems low for having the root cellar. We sure hope one of these is just one. We only need one of them to be a turnip. That's it. Just one. Just one. I'm not a greedy bastard. Okay, I'm a greedy bastard, but not today. I just want one turnip. Not an unremarkable rock. Rocks are not edible. Not in this game. I'm not a rock eater. A coin is not good enough if I can't get back to the kitchen. And right now I can't get back to the kitchen. God damn it, I hate this fucking root cellar. Fuck. Okay, we get to draft both of these rooms. So let's keep our... If we get a green room here, or yeah, if we get a greenhouse, it might be worth going in the greenhouse and digging those sites. But we can at least draft these 2 rooms and see what we're offered, right? That's a workshop, huh? A workshop. A workshop when we have a sledgehammer and a shovel. Oh, we also do have a metal detector and a shovel. So we might take the workshop because that can get us an upgraded shovel / metal detector, right? We just put those 2 together. We don't have a broken lever. We don't have a battery. We're far away from making one of the special contraptions. So we could definitely do something with the shovel. There's probably nothing we could do with the lockpick. I think this is just a workshop. There's another item that we're going to get in the workshop as well. So that could change our calculus, like maybe it's a broken lever. But I think we take that over the drawing room or the boudoir, which doesn't get us steps. Neither of those, none of these rooms get us steps. The other option would be to redraw and try to go for the greenhouse. Maybe we should do that. Would it have been better if for me to have done the workshop and then combined the metal detector and the shovel and then dug up everything in the courtyard. We're down to 3 steps, man. We need freaking steps. I could try to reroll for a dining room. A dining room does have the lunch pail, right? We added the lunch pail from the gift shop. But we would also be at rank 8 with a dining room, and we would get the main course. Like, a dining room would be perfectly on time. And maybe that's worth the redraw here, because yes, I love saving the redraw for when we are down to our last door. But we're down to potentially our last steps here, so... this might be the risk. Might be worth the risk. There's also part of me that's wondering if we might have to settle... Like, imagine we don't get any, you know, dining room or anything in this... we don't get another green room connected to the courtyard to dig in. We go back to the veranda, we dig up the sites there, and there's no turnip. We're down to 1 step. And we have the courtyard that was down here at rank 4. Could we ever, would the game ever let us run into the courtyard and start digging while we're at 0 steps and dig up a turnip just in time? Just like the one time where we kind of like hacked an interaction where we stepped in the bedroom with 0 steps and we were fading away to unconsciousness, but then stunned back to life. I hope we don't have to rely on finding that out. But this is an interesting choice here, whether to redraw or not. We would rather have a dining room over a workshop. We would rather have a greenhouse over a workshop. What else? I guess we could also... A billiard room could be interesting, because now a billiard room is actually a tomorrow room. And we could say, you know what? I'm okay calling it a day here, because we could, with that said, we could also get a planetarium, and we could call it a day in the planetarium. And that would be, you know, we might be just, this is where we end our draft, and let's try to go for a tomorrow room that actually makes tomorrow's draft that much better. Either a tomorrow room or a room that gives us a better shot at keeping our run going. I think that it makes it worth a redraw here, even though we technically have a way forward. Not really because of steps. We need better options than this, I think. I think this is worth 1 of our 2 dice. Holy shit, they actually gave us a boiler room. Okay. We take the boiler room, right? We take the boiler room. We're not going to get to do much with it unless we get steps. Now, there is, you know, a good chance with a... We saw a dig site just randomly in the boiler room once on its own. There's a good shot that there's going to be additional dig sites when you have a root cellar. So I do think we settle for the boiler room here because it's one of these rooms that we want to get some stuff to happen. And imagine that we do turn this draft around and we start to actually dig up some steps. Then having that boiler room is going to be pretty nice if we get to connect it to... The thing is, we don't have the pump room yet available. So we don't get to do that thing yet, but who knows? There's a world where we get, with so many dig sites, we could still get the steps we need to make it back to those double red doors after powering the red box in the boiler room. So let's take it, and we're gonna leave it there for now. It also, you know, it opens up to more doors eventually if we get our hands on steps. I'm not gonna use my last die here, but we'll see what this door has to offer, and then we can make our decision on how we proceed. Let's lockpick kit. Well, 2 for 2 on the lockpick kit. All right, that is a Cloister of Lydia. There's also a bunk room, but once again, we can't get steps from this, and now we've missed out on our chance to double our keys. So if we're taking anything here, I think we're just taking the Cloister, right? The Cloister does have additional dig spots. So the thing about the Cloister here is it has additional dig spots, and it's going to have 3 more doors to draft. We're going to be down to 2 steps, but we're going to get to see if we get another room that's likely to have dig spots in it. And if one of the dig spots in the Cloister pays off, and we get 1 turnip. 1 turnip is all we need to go back to the veranda and the courtyard to start digging. And we're hoping that the turnips just start chaining together after that. And we got 3 coins to spend at the kitchen and get a banana and start going back to all these places, the storeroom and wherever else that we've seen dig spots. I think there was one in the commissary. And of course, there's so many out in the root cellar. We just need a little bit of... We take the Cloister here. And now we're going to dig in the Cloister. We didn't take the workshop, so we don't do the thing where we put together a metal detector shovel, but we would have been able to get to the Cloister anyways, so it's fine. We take This doesn't get us back to the veranda, but I think we would rather take the risk on... I mean, the cloister's going to have more dig sites, or just as many dig sites as the veranda, right? And like we said, we're drafting more rooms out of the cloister, so this is the correct pick here. 3 dig sites. Please be nice to us, game. Please be nice to us for once. Just once. That's all I ask. I'm not asking for much. I'm not asking for too much. Just a lowly turnip. Just a dirty coin. I just one. Oh. Lydia. Lydia has smiled. She has blessed us. We just needed to stand under this wonderful riding whip and get that extra blessing. Let's go. Holy shit, let's go. Okay. We're doing it, folks. We're in it. We are in it now. Do we draft all the doors from the cloister? I think so. Why not? Because now we want to get shops. We want to get shops here and get some allowance. We have gems. We have keys. The only thing that would stop us from drafting is if we ran out of gems to draft, like, the showroom or something. We want to get as many shops as we can connected to this cloister. So where do we draft first? We draft down first, right? If we get a dead end offered, then we put it on the door that's at the lowest rank. And those are both, that's also a security door that we don't have to spend a key on. Let's do this one first. That's a brand new room. A gallery. And it's a puzzle room. Holy shit. We're taking that. It's free. And it's a new room. Of course. Easy gallery. Wow. Okay. Easy gallery. There you go. No, don't even have to mull this over. Was this the room? I wonder if this is the room. We talked about the postage stamp. What was on the postage stamp? Now, I don't even remember what the word was, but the font from the postage stamp, I think we might have been peering into this place. We'll take a look at it eventually. I see some chests being held up by some Atlas statues. That's so cool. Let's read about our gallery real quick. A small chamber dedicated to the exhibition of art, ideal for showcasing smaller series and collections. Before his passing, H.S. Sinclair personally selected the artwork that was displayed here each year, purposefully omitting the composition titles to leave the interpretations of each piece for the viewers themselves to realize. I wonder what this puzzle is going to be all about. Looking forward to checking that soon, but let's still be mindful of our steps and continue. By the way, the metal detector was going off, right? Is there a key? There's a coin here that I didn't pick up. I was ignoring that metal detector for the longest time because I had other things. Dig sites, right? I had dig sites on the brain. Now, interestingly, we may not want to draft out of this door from the cloister because we have the boiler room. So we're going to draft the door to the east, sorry, to the west, and then we'll make our decision. But we might want to save that boiler room for something that's connected to it, you know? We'll see. We'll cross that. I mean, is there ever a world where we don't draft this door because of that same reason? That we want to chain together these rooms from the boiler room that pass power, and we want that chain to go as far as possible? I'd like to get at least one shop here, if I can help it. Getting a shop here is kind of perfect. Especially, well, assuming it's a shop that actually continues our journey. If it's a dead-end shop, like a locksmith, that's not ideal. Might still take it. If nothing else, just to get the boost to our allowance. But the casino would be decent. The showroom would also be decent, because that continues the journey over to the west. It's just the laundry room and the locksmith would both be a bit of a bummer. The laundry room is not too likely, but the locksmith could show up here. Like, maybe we should see what the gallery is about first. Because maybe the puzzle in the gallery could reward a whole bunch of coins. Or who knows what. Let's go ahead and just draft this door and see what we get. Give ourselves a little bit more information. Then we can decide. Of course. Of course it gave me the goddamn locksmith. Of course it did. You son of a bitch. It's +2 to our allowance. I'm not necessarily spending any coins here at all today because we have a lockpick kit already. Oh my god, why did it have to do this? So what we could do here, there's also the pool, right? The pool does add the pump room. The pool adds the pump room. And now the pump room with the boiler room becomes a possibility. Shit. Man. I want to get +2 allowance. I want to get +2 allowance, but this is a pool. There's also a parlor here, but I'm sort of ignoring that. I'm sort of ignoring that one because with all of our digging that we're potentially doing, we should be able to get coins and steps, and there are more gems to buy in the commissary. And the pool just makes way more sense if we're going to take not the locksmith here. I think I'm actually going to take the pool because this run feels like it's got potential to it, and the possibility of being able to do both the HPC double doors with the boiler room, as well as maybe connecting the pump room to it and draining the reservoir, that is so freaking exciting. And if we're ever even concerned about keys, I don't think we ever will be. Like, the thing about the locksmith, the thing about taking the locksmith is you could take a prism key, except we can't afford a prism key. We don't know that we would get a prism key offered, and we can't even afford one. So I think we're too poor. I want allowance, but I think I'm going to take the pool here because of it adds these other rooms to my draft pool that I'm more interested in seeing if we can secure. I think this is the right pick. The pool is the right pick here. Now the question becomes, what do we do next? I don't see a key on... There's a security keycard door there as well, which is nice. Looks like just... I think it's just the one door. This other one's a regular door. For whatever that is worth. The question now, we're at 9 steps. I want to go to the gallery, but I also want to make it back to the veranda and the courtyard at the very least to be able to dig all of those sites and hopefully get a turn up there. And if I don't, I still want to be able to make it to the kitchen and buy 2 bananas, which is now worth another 8 steps. And that would get me to like the storeroom and the commissary. And I'd be able to do some more digging. And maybe if we're lucky through this whole sequence of events, we can even make it out to the root cellar and dig up all of those sites as well. There's like 6 things to dig up in the root cellar. The question is, can I do it all? Can I go to the gallery and go to the boiler room and go back to the veranda and the courtyard? We step in the gallery, we do whatever the puzzle is, and we come back to the cloister with 7 steps. We go to the courtyard with 6 steps. We kind of can't go to the boiler room, can we? That puts us at 5. And then 4, 3, 2, 1. Maybe we could. If we're counting from the boiler room down to this first courtyard. We're in this courtyard at worst with 1 step. But then that's it. If we're unlucky at that point, if we haven't dug up additional steps from a turnip in either the boiler room or the veranda or the courtyard, then we're done. That's if we go to the gallery right now. If we hold off on the gallery and instead go to the boiler room and then go to these other rooms, maybe we draft both rooms from the boiler room as well. I think we take the risk. I think we go to the gallery. We may or may not, we'll try to draft the room below the gallery, but we may or may not step foot in it because I want to be able to dig up these other sites. But I think I want to order things so that we go to the gallery first and then we go boiler room, veranda, courtyard. And we'll do, you know, as much as we can in the boiler room before we leave. But of course, if we get a turnip at any point, then, you know, our strategy might change. So let's have some fun first and check out the gallery. The other thing we got to remember is that if we get the pump room, we can drain the pool. If we get the pump room connected to the boiler room, which is what we want, we can first drain the pool and come back and get the coins, but we might not be able to make it back to the kitchen. We would have a bunch more coins though. We're hoping that we get a nice prize from the gallery, but who knows, we might not even be able to solve the puzzle here. So let's take a look first though and see. All right, 2 Atlas boys holding the chests. This is it here. Thick. This is what we saw on the security camera. And it seems similar to that font that was on the stamp. Christopher Manson, 1954. Acrylic and oil on canvas. Collection of Mount Holly. Oh, I can interact with these. Okay. There are letters that we can select. How many letters are there? A lot. But not the whole alphabet. B, W, F, P, T, S, C, D, and back to B. So 8 letters at that one. I mean, are we not just spelling thick? That feels like that's the most the most sensical one here, is just to try to spell thick. And I think T was one of these options. Is H an option here? R, L, C, O, A, H. Let's see if we can spell thick. I is there. C is an option. And then K. All right. Now, we didn't... It almost feels like a little bit like one of those... prove you're human, right? One of those captchas. It's got like the lettering here. What's the word that's in this? What's the word that's in this? I feel like they would be... The letters would be a lot more blurred and obscured, because these are pretty easy for an AI to pick out, I think. But that's besides the point. Cat Laser Brain. What do we have here? This one feels more like it. What are we trying to spell here? What do we have? We have an apple, a fire hydrant, a rose, wagons. These are all things that... A stop sign as well. These are all things that are red. And then we have a P. We have a letter P. We have some clouds. Some flying red wagons. There's 2 of them. Reds. A 6-letter word. Also by Christopher Manson. So it looks like what we're trying to do here... Now, thick might not be the word. Who knows? That could be a misdirect. Because there is a hand that's holding some handcuffs? Is this infinity? There's a... There's obviously the infinity symbol. There's a bunch of nails stuck in it. There's some words on these buckets behind. Hubris, envy, lust. Is this wrath? Gluttony, sloth, avarice. So these are the 7 deadly sins, aren't they? You have 7 deadly sins. The infinity symbol, a bunch of nails, a shark fin on the wall, and then, like, I don't know, a bearskin rug, except it's like a Dr. Seuss character. I don't know. And then there's a door over here. This is an 8-letter word, and I believe infinity is 8 letters. But is that too obvious? This is 7 letters. And we have actual objective this way. Genu... Is that V-E-R-I? Genu very? Genu... What? Eyes? Is this a glass of... it's a glass of genu. Genuine. Genuine. Like, I'm not sure how much... Like, some of these... If anything, I would say genuine would be this one. And then this one would be infinity. But there are so many details in these paintings that... Maybe they're trying to test you. Maybe they're trying to say, don't overthink it. Just pick out, you know, the word that actually pops into mind. Because this glass here, like, it's sort of a wine glass. But then why is genu shortened like genuine is what comes to mind. And genuine is 7 letters. Let's see if it lets me spell genuine. Is G part of the pool? If it's not, then that answers our question, because I actually don't think it is. We circled back around to C, which was the first word. So it's not in the pool, so it's not genuine. And maybe that's part of what you want to see here is, what are these options? But there's so many of them. There's 8 different options? Question mark? 8 different options, maybe for each letter. I think that's 8. There's too many options to try to guess. Do they try to give you like the first letter or one of the letters here? P. P is an option there. If the word starts with P, would that make any sense? All these items are red, right? It makes me think of the coloring contest from the schoolhouse or the classroom. Red apple, red fire hydrant, red wagon. But why is there a letter P? A, E, I, O, U, H, R, T. I don't even know for sure if this starts with the letter P. What would it mean here? The actual objective points to a sun, and then you have a whole bunch of eyes. Eyes. And then why is very, V-E-R-I? Boy, they weren't kidding about it being a puzzle room, were they? Let's see if it lets us spell infinity, because fin is here. Infin... Let's just see if this is an option. Does this let us start with an I? It does not. There's no I here. We have G-H-L-M-N-R-T-D, but no I, so we can't even do infinity. 7 deadly sins. What else could infinity stand for when it has a whole bunch of nails in it? What does that mean? Why are there so many nails? This is the kind of lateral thinking that I'm not good at. Should we see if, like, the last 4 letters are sins? Is there an S here by any chance? There is. Is there an S here? There is! Okay, hold on. Not click past it this time. Is there an I? There's an I. Is there an N? If there's an N here... Is there not an N? No. No. I thought we were onto something. There's no N there. I thought somehow maybe the word might end in sins. Damn it. They're bins, aren't they? They're... Wow, sin bins would actually make a lot of sense, right? But then I can't... There's no N here. There's no N. So I can't... Crap. This is not doing what I want. No. I could just try to spell any word. Like, is lavish an option? Lavish? I don't know why lavish would make any sense here, but will it let me spell it? Imagine there's an H in here. Levise? That's not a word. Levizi? There's my N. Lavizin? It wouldn't be wagons. I don't think... there's no W here, is there? Wagons doesn't feel... I mean, there is a W. Will it let me spell wagons? It will not. So there's my answer. So wagons ain't it either. The letter P, just by itself, is a consonant. Red. Are they trying to say red prince? It wouldn't let us spell prince, I don't think. Why does prince make any sense? Other than that it's like, there is a P there. Other than that it is a book that is part of this in-game universe. I don't... There is an R. Would it let us do prince? It doesn't make sense why this would stand for prince, other than that there's like a... There's no N here. There's no N. There's no N, so it's not prince. Just kind of flipping through these tiles randomly, I noticed there was a Z in this one space. Now it makes me wonder if size is somehow part of this. Because we do have a bunch of I's. Do they let me put an E here? Now, C size, that doesn't make any sense. But is size, or maybe not size, but the word might end in I's. That would line up with the fact that there's a whole bunch of I's. Could we figure out what else? Is it real eyes? Real eyes? Like they're saying, trying to say actual objective. Genuine. Very. I don't know where very fits in, but real eyes. That would actually make sense. That's the first one where I've felt like, wait a second. That makes sense. Please let me spell real eyes. And I'm hoping, if this works, that the game would actually give me some sort of feedback to let me know that I'm correct. Yes! Perfect. Oh my god. Okay. Did we get a chest because of that? So we did not get this one right. Thick is not correct. We have not yet acquired a chest, but we have solved one of the paintings. There's 2 chests, so it seems like you only maybe have to solve 2 of them. You don't have to solve all 4. So the way that I solved that was I was just like, well, let me at least check and see what other letters are available. Let me just see what letters they're giving to me. And the fact that a Z popped up, and I think it was the first Z that I had seen anywhere with any of these, all of a sudden my my radar was up. So if this is not thick, maybe we should scroll through some of the other letters here to see if there's any that stand out. Just to get us an idea of what this could be. There is a K in there, notably. Like, the less common letters could be a bit of a red flag. Some of these just have, like, all the vowels. Like, this one here, I think, has A, E, I, O, U, and then R, N, T. So it's, like, the most common letters plus vowels. There's a C and an L, as well as an H. Okay, so it's not thick. That's too obvious in retrospect. You've got a hand holding, like, clamps or handcuffs. And then you do have the word thick, but there's, like, a reflection. At the same time, thick, 4 of these letters are thick, but there's one that's skinny. There's a skinny K. A skinny K, or a thin K. Is that all it is thin K? We could try that and see if it would let us do that, because we did already have thick. But that would be think. A thin K would be think. Does that make sense, given the rest of this thing here? What is this supposed to be? The hand here is almost like a comet or a meteor. The arm part, at least, kind of looks that way. There's also a light here. Would that line up with think? We can just try think. It's really close to thick, which means... I don't know what it means, but it feels like it could mean that we're not allowed to do it. But there is an N there, so it's an option. See if it works. Think. Thin K. Oh. Oh, I see. So solving 2 of the paintings gets you a chest. That's how it works. And they don't have to be necessarily on the same side. We solved that one and we solved this one. Okay, now I'm feeling a little better. Because I was very close. We got 2 gems. I was very close to calling it quits and saying, you know what, we got to move on with our day. But then I was fooling around with the letters, and I had a little bit of an epiphany. So maybe we should do the same thing over here, because maybe I'll have a similar epiphany. What does this one have? GRW. And then TEYND. Any super uncommon letters? L? That's not that uncommon. C's, I think. There's a K in here. There's a V. K and V. Maybe I'll leave it on one of those. There's also a V here. And then this one has all the vowels again with an HRT. And then the starting letters, maybe that's the most important one. P, T, L, S, M, W. W is pretty uncommon. Was there anything that would start with W that would make sense? I had thought about wagons, hadn't I? But I don't think we have the letter G here. We already tried this, right? There's no G that appears. All right, I still have no clue on these other two paintings, and I'm kind of, I don't know if I'm running out of brain power, but I feel like I am, well, I had one idea here. Because I just realized that there's a V there, I wondered if for a second, is there an S here in the first spot where it could be like served? Is that ever, oh my God, is it actually served? It's not served, but that feels like it might be on the right track somehow. But, okay, I'm going to leave it there because that was the only wild shot that even felt somewhat close, but I don't see how served works. We got 2 gems. We solved 2 of the puzzles. If nothing else, the gallery turns out to have been like an old school parlor room. So I think for now, what we do is we draft here. We potentially draft. If it's locked, we might have a choice. But we're going to draft. It's not locked. That gets us a sauna or a locker room. Which one of these do we want? Unfortunately, the sauna does not get us steps today because it's a tomorrow room. Duh. But that would start us tomorrow with 20 extra steps on top of the 2 gems that we're now going to be getting every day from our gemstone cavern. We don't have a conference room, but if we spread the keys throughout the house, we're going to be going back for dig sites. So that could be a lot of keys, but also there's not too many rooms left in the house. Ultimately, with a lockpick kit, 4 keys, and we know that the key card system is already on our side, I feel like we don't need a locker room here. Obviously, there's the chance to like open locker rooms inside, locker doors inside the locker room and get access to coins. That would be the one argument here to say you can trade in some of those keys that you've got for coins and go back to the kitchen and get a whole bunch of steps. And then you recoup those keys as you're stepping back through the house now that you can afford both the food and there's still those running shoes back at the commissary. But the problem is we only have 4 keys at the moment, although do we get to use the lockpick kit on... I feel like I answered this question already, but I don't think they let us use the lockpick kit on the locker room. Those locker doors, you have to just use a key, I think. I think the Great Hall is different. The Great Hall does let us use the lockpick on its doors. I think I like the sauna, though, because I don't have to set foot in the sauna. I can just take the steps here, and I can stick with my plan of going back to the boiler room. We end up at the boiler room with 5 steps. We get to dig whatever sites are in there, hopefully get a turnip. At the very least, even if we don't get a turnip, we can draft the 2 rooms in the boiler room, see what we get there. Depending on what we get, we may decide to continue, or we may decide to go back to the veranda and the courtyard, and we would be able to get both of those rooms dug up while still having enough steps. I think I like that plan. And then we bank those extra steps for tomorrow and hopefully don't run into this problem at all. I feel like on most days, the sauna we haven't needed, but I've been doing all this extra stepping to get to places that are all around the house and outside the house as well. Also, I've been bobbing and weaving back and forth in between one rank and throughout the entrance hall and stuff. So, you know, decisions have been made. I'm definitely being more loose with my steps than I was at the very beginning, because I do feel like the game gets us there, but we're starting to maybe push to the extreme. Either way, let's take the sauna. And I don't think we have to set foot. As far as I know, we've banked the progress here. And there's no reason for us to set foot in the sauna. Although there is, looks like there could be a document there. Did we ever get to explore the sauna before? I think we might want to explore the sauna, but I'm going to leave that for later, because maybe we want to come back to the gallery and fool around with these puzzles more if we get the steps. Right now, we're going to stick to our game plan and go to the boiler room. We already dug up these sites, right? So the boiler room it is. And let's see. Aha, yes, there are 2 dig sites. We're just going to dig those up right away. Is there maybe even a third? There's a third. And a fourth? There's actually 4 dig sites here. Coins. Coins are okay, but we do need at least 1 turnip still. That's a lot of coins. Is that 4? Holy shit. Just need a turnip. Just need a turnip. Okay, I mean, a key is good too. Like, these are good dig sites. The boiler room dig sites, this is where they're hiding all the treasure. Are they also hiding a turnip? Man, we have so many coins. We just need to be able to make it to the kitchen. I hope we can. Let's see, though, about doing the boiler room duties. Let's go ahead and activate the power. First things first. We could also draft a dining room here, right? We want to draft these rooms that are connected to the boiler room, but if we get a dining room, we would probably take that. We'll see. Tough decisions might have to be made, but let's at least turn the power on. And then we draft up to rank 9 first, correct? We turn the power in this direction, and we are going to need to open this door. And then we draft this way. Lockpick kit. 2 for 3. We'll go and use a regular key here. Nothing that actually connects to the boiler room. Interesting. They did not give us a pump room like I was hoping. So we could take the mailroom here. And now we're really powering up tomorrow's draft. But we could also take a solarium. And a solarium would give us a greater chance at unusual and rare rooms. Is the pump room unusual? I think it is. The pump room is unusual. It's just a bit unfortunate the way that things are spaced here. Well, maybe it's not that unfortunate. Because we just want the pump room connected to the boiler room. That's it. We don't care beyond that. Like, maybe we care about, like, pumping power through to some other room. You know, it would be cool if we could connect it through to also, I don't know, a laundry room. Would we actually take a laundry room at this point if it gets offered at the boiler room? Maybe. Because maybe that gets us the steps that we need. But we'd have to spend coins. Like, I'm thinking way too far ahead. The choice here is between, I think, either a mailroom or a solarium. Parlor is also, you know, 3 gems that's still sitting out there. The nice thing about the mailroom is it would be another room that we wouldn't have to go into, most likely. Although, with a, do we have a metal detector? I was gonna say, we do have a metal detector. Would there ever be dig sites in the mailroom? I don't know. There would be dig sites in the solarium. Would we go after those dig sites? I'm not sure. Because I would probably... Is there fruit in the solarium? There's been fruit in the solarium, hasn't there? This might, I don't know if I have enough notes that I've taken. Let me check my notes first, but I might need to, like, review footage to remind myself here. Extra items. Day 13. We had a lucky rabbit's foot on day 13, but we did get a coin purse as well as an orange. Have we even drafted the solarium in any other on any other days? I think at least one other day, right? I think we've drafted it twice. We had a solarium on day 13. that was connected. We had like double cloister together. And that was the day. The day 13 was when there was the coin purse and the orange. So we also had it on day 11. We drafted it through the aquarium. And I think that was it. I think that was the only 2 times. So does that mean that I didn't get anything on day 11? I'm going to quickly check my footage. Right, the first time that we went in the solarium, it had just the Morajai box with the allowance token. There was one dig site as well. I don't think we had it. We didn't have a root cellar that day, I don't think. The root cellar day was some other day. So there would probably be more than one dig site in the solarium. And maybe the fact that we got an apple, we might have gotten an apple or an orange there because, maybe as a replacement to the Morajai box. Because once you've done the allowance token, it's no longer there. And maybe there's a piece of fruit that replaces it. The other nice thing about the solarium would be that, well, at least looking at my footage, I can see that the orange that we picked up, it was on the table. You could see it without going into the room. So we could pick the solarium and we could see whether there is a piece of fruit there. And if there is, it's an easy choice. We just go in, we dig the dig site, and we have those extra steps now to make it back to the other rooms that we care about. So I think because of that, we do take the solarium here. It's nice to bank a mailroom for the following day, but I feel like the solarium gives us a little bit more life. This draft just needs steps. There's still a lot of life in this draft potentially. And I feel like the solarium helps us do that while leaving, there's still so many rooms to draft, giving us that buff to unusual and rare rooms is a nice thing, especially because we're not getting one here that actually connects to the boiler room. So let's take the solarium. The other option would be to redraw here, but I don't know if that's a good enough reason. I mean, we're here at the boiler room and we do want to connect to the pump room, but I think I'm going to settle for the solarium. We might re-roll at the other door in the boiler room, potentially. We'll see. Solarium is going to be what we stick with for now. And there is an orange there, and there are 3 dig sites. Okay. Ooh, well, we know what we're doing. That's an easy decision. There's also a gem here. There's also a gem. And there is... Are you kidding me? There's a lucky rabbit's foot. Dude. Salt shaker on our orange as well. Dude, the solarium was such the right pick. Holy crap. Watch us get a turnip here as well. Okay, even if we get 3 nothings out of these dig sites. 3, there's a turnip. Okay, we're back in business, folks. We are back. We're so freaking back. And another key. Okay, these dig sites are starting to really rake in the profit. Solarium was a good pick. Now we draft the other room out of the boiler room after we change the power. We change the power back to the middle. And we draft in that direction. And I think even if it's locked, we'll draft because we want to get a pump room. We want to get a pump room. Lockpick, 244. But we'll use a key. Not a pump room, but it is a passageway. And we have gems to spend. We don't need a nursery anymore. If we had completely busted out with steps on the solarium, I might have slam dunked this nursery to make sure we get back to the veranda and the courtyard. But now that we have a passageway, holy shit, that's awesome. It's not incredible. Weight room, baby. Weight room. I mean, the weight room opens the antechamber. Hear me out, folks. Hear me out, folks. Could this actually be a weight room? Is there ever a world where we take the weight room here? Because it serves, in terms of our boiler room piping, it serves the same purpose as the passageway. We lose 8 steps. We're down to 8 steps. That's more than enough to still make it back to the kitchen. This might be a weight room. Think about this here. We go back to the veranda and the courtyard. We dig up all the stuff there. We get more coins and we get more, maybe more turnips. And we're getting to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The gymnasium lights are off. Gymnasium doesn't count as losing 2 steps. So we make it to the kitchen with 2 steps left. We're going to have coins. We have a salt shaker. We're going to be able to buy all sorts of stuff in the kitchen. Maybe even tomato soup. And this weight room's going to be even better. I wish I'd have known. I wish I knew exactly what I was getting in the kitchen, but one way or the other, this is going to be good for us. And maybe we even open the antechamber and we get the basement key and we're able to go back out and do even more stuff than, oh my God, I think the weight room is actually correct. I think the weight room is actually correct. It's just the one thing that I wouldn't want to risk. I would not want to risk the world where we step into the weight room and draft it now. Because then I think we're going down to 8 steps and then we go to 7 and 6. And we just don't quite have enough to make it back to the kitchen if we completely bust out of our the rest of our dig sites. I don't think there's going to be dig sites in the weight room. Could be wrong about that. Because the thing is that this opens the bottom antechamber door, right? The passageway does not. And we open that bottom antechamber door and then we get a room through the weight room that actually gets us that basement key. Now we can get to open that other basement door and maybe still even drain the reservoir. Like if we get a pump room that goes into the antechamber, hallelujah. The problem is we need to go back and get steps and stuff first. Dig up dig sites and all this other stuff. But I think we can do it all because we're going to get steps in the kitchen. We're going to get sneakers as well, maybe from the commissary. This should work. I'm going to take the weight room here. I think we can thread the needle. This weight room, man. Holy shit. Who knew that this thing was going to turn out to be as consequential as it has? I don't see any dig sites. That I felt like that was going to be a stretch. What I'm going to do, now that we've drafted those doors, actually, well, the power is piped over there no matter what, isn't it? The power is active, so now I can switch this guy. The only reason I have to play games with this switch is because of the fact that this platform gets retracted. I cannot, so far as I can tell, I can't power both this HPC box. I would love it if I could like power both this platform and this HPC box, and I would never have to touch this thing again. But I think I have to keep moving this around because now we want to be able to go, hopefully, back down to the basement. It would be nice if we could go back down there with a basement key so we could do both things. Or even all 3 things if I could drain the reservoir. I want to do all the things. I'm so close to running out of steps. We're like, it's honestly kind of thrilling living on the edge like this. This is where we go back, right? We go back now while we have steps because we can make it to the kitchen even if we completely go bust on dig sites. So we do this now. Double check our map. I don't see how I could take a wrong turn, but I'm just going to double check things and be 100% certain. If we get a turnip at any point here, I'm going to feel so good. Coins are good. More things to buy. Coins and turnips, I'm more than fine with. Sure. Coins are great. And more coins. Awesome. So now we can maybe buy even more fruit than I was thinking in the kitchen and then still afford the running shoes. The running shoes are gonna we might get so much value out of running shoes today. We got a lucky rabbit's foot as well. Is that buffing these dig sites? Maybe. Maybe the lucky rabbit's foot has guaranteed these dig sites to be nothing. Well, okay, there's our pebbles. All right. I was gonna say it's guaranteed no more pebbles. Well, not quite. This is good though. This is really good. A brick. All right, kitchen time. We've planned this out. We've done this perfectly. Perfectly planned. Flawlessly executed. There's bacon and eggs. We could still put a morning room in the pool if we wanted. Does that make sense at this point? We'd have to get all the way down over here somewhere, right? We would have to make it to the west wing, which could happen. We've got a lockpick kit, and we've got 5 keys. That's definitely on the menu. Is it what I want to do in this position? I think I probably want to at least buy, let's see. If I buy all, at the very least, if I spend 8 gold on bananas, that gets me 16 steps, which is the same as buying the club sandwich, which also gets me 16 steps. So those happen to be equivalent in this case. So what I could do is I could buy the club sandwich and I could buy the banana, or I could buy the bacon and eggs and the banana. I would lose out on 5 steps, but I would add a morning room to my pool. I feel like I think it makes more sense for me to just get as many steps as I can. Get the club sandwich, get a banana, and then go back and buy the running shoes. I think that's how I want to do this, because I want to get the running shoes as soon as possible to make sure we save those steps. Because we're going to go back out to the root cellar now as well, aren't we? I'm thinking we're going to have enough steps to make it to the root cellar. And then, if we've dug up enough coins on our way back, we can buy the bacon and eggs. From the entrance hall all the way up to the boiler room is 9 steps. And assuming that, let's say it's 1 out of those 9 that we get saved from the running shoes saves us those steps. So it's an 18-step round trip. We still have stuff like the dining room, and we're going to be digging things up. We're going to be getting dig sites. We're going to be getting lucky rabbit's feet. Like, we should be able to go out to the entrance hall, out to the root cellar, come back in, go back up to the boiler room, draft all the stuff, maybe get lucky and get into the antechamber again. We should be able to do all the things and then still make a return trip out to the outside to, at the very least, open a double red doors. We're hoping to also have a basement key and maybe have a drained reservoir. I don't know if we're going to be able to do all the things, but I think we can get there. Let's just take the club sandwich and let's take a banana. And I think the running shoes were 8, correct? Double check my notes. Running shoes are 8 gold. So this is perfect. Perfecto. And there should be some dig sites along the way as well. Like maybe in the storeroom? There's 2 in the storeroom. We get those. Definitely. Worth the risk. The 1 coin is good. There's even 3 dig sites. Never mind. It's totally worth the risk. And a key. All right. With a lockpick kit, those keys, every additional key from this point on starts to feel a little less exciting. But now let's get those running shoes. Okay. And then hopefully we'll be able to buy some gems on our way back. There's also a dig site here. Forgot about that. Turn up. Let's go. Dude, we are so in business. Root cellar, here we come, I think. Do I want to go to the east side of the house at all? We don't want to go through lost and found. We don't want to lose any of our items. And I don't think there's enough. I don't remember there being dig sites in observatory, corridor, security, reading nook, or library. I'm not going to go to any of those rooms on the west side. We're just going directly to the root cellar. The running shoes are already kicking in. This is good. Root cellar, the running shoes proc again? Good lord. Already paying for itself. Right, there's this note out here. We don't have a magnifying glass, but I don't know if we need it for it. How did I miss this note? How did I miss this note? What the hell? More coins. That's good. That's more bananas. More coins. More better. Coins are also gems. There's a turnip. Let's go. And an old rusty nail. That's fine. Okay, all those sites are dug. So now, with the running shoes, we should be able to do this. This should be totally fine. With 4 coins, we probably buy 2 more bananas, right? As opposed to 1 gem in the commissary. No, maybe not. Maybe we actually get the gem. The gem is actually more valuable, isn't it? Let's get the gem in the commissary. Pick up that gem, because I think that's more valuable. We've got the... Yeah, that's right. We picked up the sledgehammer earlier. And there we go. I feel like, yeah, that's going to be a much better investment. We should be... With the dining room is still in the pool. There's going to be ways for us to generate steps with so many... Root cellar in effect. We've gotten like 4 or 5 procs from the running shoes. Like, this is good. There's another one. The running shoes are the best. Okay. So it's weight room time, is it not? Yeah, we want to keep this. We tried drafting to the up. We tried the up. We tried drafting northward from the weight room first. We do confirm that 100% there's no dig site. We might as well flip this lever. No downside to doing that, I don't think. Maybe it even makes it more likely that we get a room that points in that direction. Don't know if it works that way. Does that ever mean that I would want to draft? It doesn't matter where I get the... Does it matter if... Because if the pump room is more likely with both the fact... Oh, I forgot. No, I didn't forget. Power's being pumped in the right direction. I did do the right thing. So power is being pumped through here. We don't have to go back to the boiler room. So on top of that, the solarium is in effect. So the pump room feels like it's far more likely to show up at one of these two doors in the weight room. I would love it. It would be awesome. It would be awesome if the pump room shows up right here. The question is, would I rather, like, would I rather get something like the laundry room over here? If the laundry room is also going to show up more often because we're powering these doors through via the boiler room, I would want it to show up here, but it may not matter. I don't know if it matters. There is also the furnace. The furnace is another option here. There's two dead end options that we're likely to get. There's also things like the dark room and the laboratory is another one. The laboratory, the dark room. Maybe we should just draft the bottom door first. Nah, I'm gonna draft the upper room first. I'm gonna draft the upper room. I don't know. This is just such a min-max overthinking decision that is just getting me more in trouble more often than helping me. That's a vault. Holy crap, they're giving us a vault on a day when we have the gift shop and the commissary and the kitchen. Okay, all right, I guess we take a vault. Holy shit. I don't need the furnace that badly. There's a key, and there is a dig site, and there might be more dig sites in the furnace, but that cannot be better than 40 coins from a vault. Are you kidding me? That's why we went and got that extra gem from the commissary, right? Make sure that we can afford these crazy games, or crazy. I'm looking at the casino and I'm thinking games of chance. My brain is a little bit fried here, guys. This run's been going on for a while. Let's just take the vault and not worry about it anymore. Like, yeah, this is why we draft here, because we can put a dead end here and feel totally fine about it. And we're gonna grab those coins, because we're never not grabbing those coins. So let's go grab them. The running shoes proc. Let's go. We're not waiting around to get a coin purse somewhere and then come back and get our coins. We're taking these now, because there might be another shop that we want to draft and spend those coins at. So this is what we do. This is what we do. We take them all. We'll quickly glance at the passports one more time, just because we review things. Still not seeing any details that didn't stand out before, except for this. What does this IO or ID, like there's some sort of letter fill in the blanks thing here that I don't quite know what to make of it yet. There's so many of these clues that I really am gonna have to, like, I think maybe we'll even do a separate video at some point where I just am sitting down and trying to piece together clues as opposed to just drafting. Going over notes. Okay, we're healthy on coins, and we still have plenty of steps to make it back to the kitchen whenever we need, if we desperately need to go back and get steps. So let's draft this next room. That's an archives. They're also giving us a clock tower and a servant's quarters. I don't think it's the servant's quarters, because we're not desperate for keys. There would be maybe a world where we would take a clock tower, because we do have a sauna, and that's actually it. I thought for a second we had a chance to take a mailroom earlier. That was it. So we take the archives here, right? I still want to be able to get, the archives gets us as well to the antechamber. If nothing else, even if we don't get a pump room to lower the reservoir, we've accomplished our objective. We take the archives here, and we get back into the archives to reread the stuff that I missed before, right? Yeah, the more I think about this, this really isn't a choice at all. We'll live with the downside of having archived floor plans because otherwise this is perfectly fine. This is a great room for us. We take it. Take the archives, and I don't think I'm going to turn around to the kitchen just yet. We still have plenty of steps, so let's go ahead. Let's step in, and maybe let's, without further ado, unless we want to look at this birth certificate once again. Anything new to see on the birth certificate? I don't think so. Like, maybe someday these names of the doctor or the registrar officer will seem more significant to me. Who knows? They could be like acronyms or clues or something. But there's also our door into the antechamber once again. Oh my goodness, though. I want to say in my defense, this next page down here, it's, you know, it doesn't stand out like the way that the light falls on the desk here. It is in a way, it's in a place where tunnel vision, my tunnel vision at least, very easily misses that kind of a thing. Even when I'm editing, that's the frustrating part. I usually catch these things in editing, but it's happened with both this room and I guess because when I'm editing this game, I am also taking a lot of notes. So I'm taking, you know, screenshots of things and I'm, you know, putting these in my Google Doc, but then the next page thing is not what my brain is focused on. It's like taking the notes and looking at Swimbird and Marian Gold and all this stuff. It might be a little bit nicer if they had the next page was like up here in the scrapbook so that I could see, oh, there's a next page clearly that I need to go to, and it's right where, near where my eye is already being drawn. So next page, we finally, maybe we should reread the stuff on the first page just to refresh our memory. Marigold wins literary honorary, Herald Literary Honor, adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap. Picture book Swimbird, second time winning this prestigious honor. No stranger to the public eye. Niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair. Marigold is her pen name. We know that all from before. Swimbird author, never considered herself success. My son actually is the one that got me started writing. Challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. Yeah, and then her debut Red Prince book, based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red, a statement that has been held with much skepticism by many pundits. Okay, now, so with all that in view once again, now we turn the page, finally, to November 11th, 1986. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard. Questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher, Philip White, were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Oh shit. Although no group has come forth to take officially take responsibility of the attack, for the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. We have heard the Blackwater insurgents before, and that's why I figured these were. Caleb Manning. I don't know if we've heard that name before. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance. Wait, the popular author? Are we still talking about our mom? Because she's not mentioned here in the first part of the article, right? It's Caleb Manning and his publisher. Maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. And of course, you know, knowing the backdrop that we do with the Red Guard and this, you know, most of the people that we've come into contact with one way or the other talk about this almost like totalitarian state, the red curtain that people are living under. So you have to wonder, like, what sort of propaganda or lies are being told, the official story about, you know, a terrorist attack and these sorts of things. Like, what really is the truth? Were these children of the Blackwater really responsible for killing 4 people, or is this just what the red curtain wants you to believe? There is a next page, as there probably are many, considering that, oh my God, how did I miss this? November 17th, Reddington Herald, Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marian Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning. Oh, I see, because Caleb Manning was the author. Duh, of course. His publisher, he's the author. But it says the popular author and, oh, Mr. White is the publisher. Okay, I got it mixed up. Okay, that's where I thought we might have been talking about our mom and Caleb Manning, but no, Mr. White. Okay, duh. Makes sense now, I got it. Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. And we do see a picture here, as I'm looking ahead, Manning and White at a press function. Do we recognize either of these folks? Are these actually Manning and White? I suppose they are. I don't recognize them from anywhere else. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. And we know from the, the communication in the attic, that her publisher had urged her to tone things down. And so that might be the reason for this, right? The fact that she and Caleb maybe are part of some insurgent group, whether they bombed people or not, that remains to be seen, but they're part of this group that is resisting or somehow sowing seeds of discontent against the government. And the publisher says, maybe we shouldn't do that, and that's where they're parting ways. We've got a fraction of, this is a fragmented part of the article, was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under, waved down a local man. This is the third major last year. It is anticipated, charged by the Crown. It's funny reading these fragments. Manning was the last. The trial begins on Tuesday, expected to last up to with grand treason. Okay, that's interesting that why you had the article. Why did you clip things in such a way? That's all you could fit on the page here. You couldn't fit anymore, apparently. So let's see. So we have November 17th of 86, August 22nd, 85, January 22nd, 86. Then we move to February 22nd, 87. No trace is discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marian Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale, Sandy Heights at 5 p.m. I wonder if that note is just all that note that we found in the basement talking about Sandy Heights 5 p.m. I wonder if that's just our mother's rendezvous. The 100 Bells is an important location one way or the other. Mrs. Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out of character incident at this point and we are seeking information. And there's more. One final set of clippings here. September 2nd, priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. At least, not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds, dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of night by reports of several masked intruders, seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Aries, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. Okay, definitely we'll screenshot all of the pages this time, every single page, and we do get a really interesting additional background into the Blackwater insurgents and their struggle against the Red Curtain, the Ruby Crown. Still want to know exactly what the connection is between Arinda Ares and Fen Ares. Still trying to figure that one out. But that's good. Okay, so one of our rooms, if there are other rooms where this has happened, I am okay with you all saying you might want to take another look around. Actually, am I okay with this? Because I know there's the bunk room. And I know this is on my radar now to re-examine. Let me take that back. Don't tell me just yet. If there are other rooms, maybe you can say something like similar to the archives and the bunk room. You might want to think about what other rooms you haven't fully examined. Maybe something like that. If it is specifically an instance where I have missed the next page prompt. Obviously, there could be other instances of me missing a note in a bookshelf. And I would not yet want you to say, oh, you need to go back to this one room to find a note in a bookshelf. I don't necessarily want that yet, but we might get to that point. We'll see how things go. For now, if there are other instances where outside of the bunk room, where I have missed, a next page that I was supposed to see, don't tell me exactly what room, but just let me know. You might want to rethink where you might have seen next pages and missed them. Something I am also realizing is that I forgot to check the artwork in the vault. I don't want to go back there just yet, but if we can afford the steps, maybe I'll do it. I don't think I can see the artwork from the outside, but that's one room. We have like 2 rooms left to get all the word pairings. One of them is in the guest bedroom, and one of them is in the vault. And I was in both of these rooms and I just forgot. There's too many things to keep track of in this game, guys. It's just how it works. Okay, let's draft. Let's see. We should be able to, we're gonna get through this door one way or the other. Lockpick kit or no? Lockpick kit works. There is a pump room. We get the pump room. Yes. A showroom would be cool, but we're taking the pump room. This is the whole point. This is why we've been doing this. We took the archives so we could do it all. We take the pump room. I think there's also gonna be a dig site, at least one in the pump room. There might be multiple. We finally get to do the thing. Holy shit. We could also drain the pool and get more coins, but we're never not taking the pump room here. One way or the other, we're doing that pump room, and then we're going through into the pump room, aren't we? Of course we are. Of course we are. Taking that pump room. Go. We're going in as well because there are dig sites. There's sometimes there's a treasure chest as well. There's 3 dig sites here. And look at this. This is powered up. Tank, reserve tank. The reserve tank is online. Oh, baby. Okay. Ooh, this is getting exciting. Coins, more coins. More coins. I'll take turnips, a turnip at this point. I'll be okay with that. Yes. Yes. Oh, this draft is this is going way too damn well. Way too damn well. I want to drain the pool. I do want to drain the pool. We would have to, if we don't naturally make it around to the pool after draining it, we would have to come back to the pump room. I should probably not be greedy here. I should probably just say, we're gonna drain the reservoir, because now we can do all the things, right? I forgot to go into the antechamber, but that's fine, because I was gonna have to go into the pump room anyways. Like, I was gonna have to take those steps no matter what. So we get the key from the antechamber. We've directed the HPC from the boiler room. And now we're going to have drained the reservoir. All 3 things that I wanted to accomplish, we've done. Whatever else we do today is just icing on the cake. We have the Mount Holly gift shop to sink whatever gold we have left over. This draft is just like, there's nothing else to do other than like get some tomorrow rooms and save our lucky rabbit's foot. We got our lucky rabbit's foot back. I guess we could get a workshop, right? A workshop and be able to actually make. The problem is we have no broken lever or battery pack, so we're still far away from making one of those cooler contraptions that would unlock permanent progress. This game is just amazing. It's just the best. I take way too damn long playing it. I take forever and a day, but it is what it is. Okay, time to drain the reservoir. It's time to do it. We, first of all, we can do this in 2 steps. we just fill, we set this, we should be able to figure this out. Tank 1, we want to direct from the reservoir. I don't know if I have to fool with any of the levers over here. I'm just going to say that I don't have to do that I just want to fill tank 1 based on what my source is, which is the reservoir. We take from the reservoir and we fill tank 1. Okay, I apparently have to do more. I have to do more than that. There's something additional that must be done. Is there an additional... Unless I have these backwards. Is there ever... maybe it pressed this way? I just had it backwards. I was saying fill tank 1. Instead of like drain from a source in order to bring it into tank 1. Wait a second. Oh shit, what the fuck? That did not do what I thought it was gonna do. Shit. What? Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Now I'm not so sure what I'm doing. Now I'm not so sure what I'm doing. Let's look at this over here again. I took screenshots of the pump system book that was in the library, and I might need to review that, but I feel like it did not talk about the reserve tank. But this is not just acting as easily as I thought it would. Unless, oh, wait a second. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what was happening. Maybe what was happening, I did not look at either one of these tanks. Let me try this again. Let's try doing tank. It's tank 1. Tank 1 is what's being drained. Tank 1 is being drained. That's what I wasn't watching. I was just looking over here at the reservoir. I was like, oh no, the reservoir's not being drained. Oh no, it's not doing what I want. The thing says tank 1 drained. This is the reserve tank. Remember, kids, don't be a dingus. This is tank 1. Okay. We've drained tank 1. We now need... We want to put one more unit, at least one more unit, into... We just take from the reservoir, and we pump that into tank 1. We just need to recheck our schematic here. Reservoir is number 2. It goes to pump 2, and then the pump 2 goes to either tank 1 or tank 2. Right now, it's going to tank 1. So, we just need to move this switch up. Yes. Oh, I think it might be happening. I think it might be happening. Now, most of this is going to go back into the fountain. But there's going to be some fraction of it that goes over here into this tank. And that was the key. So now we press this one more time, right? Tank 1 drain. And now this last notch gets filled up on the reserve tank. And now that's done. That's as full as it goes. And now we can take one more from the reservoir into here. And now we need to redirect it to the fountain. So now I just need to do the steps back and forth to get this done. Give me just a couple minutes. Interestingly, I'm not sure if this is going to actually fully drain this. I don't know if this is going to fully drain the thing, because it looks like there's one more notch. Oh no, except it's fine, because that's... I still have the tank capacity here. This is going to be actually more than enough. I was thinking for a second that I was running out of space because I only had 4 notches left in the fountain and I had 5 ticks left in the reservoir. But that's fine, because one of those ticks just goes into this tank here. It's totally fine. There's definitely part of me... I love getting maximum value out of stuff. And there is part of me that's thinking here, could we drain the pool and also get those coins out of it and then come back to the pump room and do the stuff? Maybe we could. Maybe the draft is generous enough today in steps where we might want to do that. But it might be greedy of me. One way or the other, the reservoir is finally drained. The stars have aligned. At long last. Now we just need to make it back outside. At the very least, we can draft this room in the pump room and see what happens, right? We have 4 gems. We can afford anything that pops up. So let's get more information first. Try our lockpick kit. It's at 3 out of 6. We'll end up using a key. And we do get a dark room here. And that would continue our journey along with these powered rooms. And maybe we want to do that because we could still get a furnace. We could still get a laundry room. We could still get a laboratory. A laboratory is still something that we'd like to experiment with the boiler room connected. So I think we take the dark room here, don't we? And we keep following this path as long as it goes because we have 19 steps, and that's fine. I'm not going to spend 2 gems on a blind archive floor plan. I will spend a moment thinking what it could be. Since it's going into the wall, it's going into the north wall, it could not be like the ballroom or the foyer. It could be the music room or the casino. And those could potentially point into the antechamber where they're dead-ended. Could be the office as well. Also could be a dead end. So none of those options I think are exciting enough for us to pass a dark room. The only little... we finally get the dark room and the utility closet in the same house, but man, that utility closet is so far away. That might be a... that might be even too much for this draft, which does seem to be blessed in some ways. But we're going to take the dark room here. Take the dark room. The game is being a little bit unresponsive to me. I guess I turned the dark room off. I guess I switched it off in the utility closet. I guess I did that, huh? We're going to draft. We're going to draft this room. We're going to draft here. I think I turned this off because I thought, would this ever counteract? This will test my theory whether it counteracts the effect of the dark room. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. 5 keys. Let's use it. Use one of them. It does not... oh, it doesn't counteract the effect of the dark room. And it also... that's the end of the line. Unless we use our redraw here. And maybe I will do that because I kind of want to get a room that's powered, don't I? One more chance at the laboratory. I think that's worth taking here. Because otherwise, like, this draft is getting to a point where I think I'm ready to call it a day almost. But we still have the 2 rooms leading out of the pool. I feel like this is a correct place to use a redraw, even though we're not down to our last room, so to speak. This is why we connect the boiler room to the dark room, so that we have more information about our options. Let's use the redraw. Let's use the dice here. The die. Let's do it. Aha, rewarded. So we could, this is our best chance at the laboratory. I don't know if this is guaranteed. Let me look through my options here again. The nice thing about being in the corner is we know that it's not the passageway. It's not the passageway and then whatever other rooms that might connect to the boiler room that are free, which are not that many. I feel like the laboratory is guaranteed on the left. It's not guaranteed because the furnace is also free. So it's either the furnace or it's the laboratory. The one that costs a gem, I think, is a pretty strong chance to be the laundry room. We do have a lot of coins to spend now, but I don't think I want to. I don't think I have any reason to. I mean, swapping coins for gems would be a reason. That might be a reason to say, hey, give yourself infinite gems, because what if you get a freezer offered at one of these other rooms that you're going to be opening? But it's a chance at the laboratory to play the laboratory game or do to do that little thing on the wall that needs power from the boiler room. It's a chance. And if we have to settle for a dark room, we still get a key and we still get a dig site. Maybe more than one dig site because of the root cellar. The laundry room could be cool to get us a ton of gems, but I feel like for what I want to do in this draft still at this point, I would rather take the shot at getting the laboratory. Let's take the shot. This is why we re-rolled. This is why we spent the die. Damn it. All right, furnace. Okay, you stinker. You stinker. The frickin' furnace, man. We'll take our key. We'll take our key. One of these days, we will get the laboratory connected somehow. One of these days, it will happen. But we got the pump room. We did get the pump room connected. Is there ever a world here with 18 steps where I decide to drain the pool first? From the pump room to the pool is 4 steps. Let's see, we go back. We have the sneakers, so we're going to be saving some steps here, but let's assume for a moment that we don't have the running shoes. If we get absolutely 0 procs from the running shoes, it takes us 2 steps to get back to the pump room. So 16 steps. We go to the pool. We drain the pool from the pump room. We go to the pool. We have 12 steps. We go back to the pump room. We have 8 steps. We refill the pool. We drain the reservoir again. And now we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We run out of steps before we get to the kitchen. That's assuming we get 0 procs from the sneakers. If we get at least 2 procs from the sneakers, which we should, we make it to the kitchen and we're able to afford whatever's left in the kitchen. And we've done all the things, right? We're able to afford whatever's left in the Mount Holly gift shop. We make the permanent, we might be saying that that's the end of our run. If we're going out into the underpass to finish our day doing stuff down there. And when we're at the pool, we get to draft the 2 rooms at the pool as well. And maybe get some tomorrow rooms there. Or something else that gets us steps like a dining room. I think this is worth the effort. This is very risky. This is, let's go to the pump room. We're going to have to go to the pump room one way or the other. So let's, oh, you know what I forgot is that we do need to go into the antechamber to get the key. Let's go to the pump room first. That's a minimum. So we can see if the pump room is going to, if we're going to be able to get any steps from the sneakers before we get to the pump room. So we didn't get any steps there. So now if we tried to do what I'm doing, which is drain the pool and go to the pool and come back to the pump room to redrain the reservoir, are we able to do it all? I feel like we should be able to, but it's going to be more risky. But I think I'm willing to take the risk because we still have the 2 rooms at the pool to draft. We're going to be able to open those doors no matter what. And we're very likely to get, at the very least, more dig sites, if not a nursery or some other bedroom style room, a dining room, something that gets us steps guaranteed. Any steps on top of what we're already getting is going to be worth it. So I am going to take the risk. It is a little risky and maybe too greedy, but I kind of want to be able to buy one of those permanent things at the Mount Holly gift shop in addition to getting the food from the kitchen. Maybe this is too greedy, though. Maybe it is too greedy. I'm trying to be way too greedy here. I'm trying to live in this world where I can get the coins from the pool and go down, buy everything in the kitchen, buy the thing in the gift shop, which I did review my footage to see that it is a pair of swim trunks. It's 40 gold. We could afford that and buy whatever gems are left in the commissary. We could do all those things, but if we're spending the extra steps to go to the pool to get those coins and then going back to the pump room to redrain the reservoir, even with all those extra things we're buying, there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to make it. Because here's the thing. There's the reservoir being drained. There's a basement door to a new room that's going to be opened. And there's potentially a new room behind those red double doors. How many extra steps are we going to need to do whatever new stuff there is to do in the underground? I'm trying to be too greedy. What I think I need to do is just say, look, if nothing else happens in the house today, it's fine. We leave the reservoir drained, we go to the kitchen and we buy 3 bananas, spend 6 gold there, and then we spend 40 gold at the Mount Holly gift shop to buy our swim trunks. And then we go back, then we go outside and we do all the things. We make sure we grab the antechamber key as well. Don't forget that. We get to do all this new stuff though. And if we call it a day because we spent all our steps down in the underground, that's fine. Let's live in that world. I'm trying to be so greedy. I love extracting all the value I can out of every single draft. I want to do everything, but sometimes you got to just simplify your thinking and say, you know what? Maybe you can't do it all. Maybe you can't have everything that you want. Just focus on the important permanent progress, the important new stuff that you've never done before. Get that stuff nailed down. And then if you have steps left over because the running shoes were really nice to you, then you can worry about that. If you have time, maybe you can come back and work on that other gallery puzzle. But otherwise, get the heck out of Dodge. Do I need to do anything in the boiler room? The boiler room should be pointed the way, yep, the power is pointed to that box, and it's online, so that's ready to go. So now we just take a straight shot, and we go to the kitchen. Haven't got a proc yet on our running shoes here. There we go. And now we go, that's the walk-in closet. The kitchen is right here. Now, we get those extra steps. 12 extra steps should be enough. With between that and the running shoes, I think I can afford to. I want to sink in the rest of this gold, right? We don't want this 40 gold going to waste. So let's get those swim trunks, and then 19 steps. I think we're close enough to the entrance hall here. This should be good. We should be good to go. Running shoes proc for the win, and then swim trunks. Just be sure to bring some keys. What does that mean? All right, swim trunks and lunchbox have both been purchased. We'll see if we can figure out what those are supposed to be. If we ever make it back to the pool today, probably not going to. But yeah, I've made my decision, and now we do the things. Hopefully I haven't... I've picked up the basement key, right? We've drained the reservoir, and we've done all the things. I don't think I've missed any steps. I've certainly wasted steps, but I don't think I've missed any of the things that I could do here. The stars aligned for us the way I was hoping. Let's take advantage. Oh, and now we're getting the running shoes coming online. Coming in clutch. First thing we do here is the thing that happens first. The thing that comes first is the basement door. Special key time. And I want to think that this is going to be some sort of a permanent progress elevator. This is got to be... You need a key card for this. Do you actually need a key card for this? Oh, shit. At the very least, it's not counting as a new room. It's not taking steps from us, but it does not appear as though I can actually move this because I need a key card. No, that is so cruel, man. That is so cruel. Why would you do this to me? There is an upgrade disc. Oh, that's also potentially very cruel because now I got to make it back to an upgrade terminal. A terminal that allows me to use my upgrade disc. Security is not that far from the entrance hall. It could be doable, but we're not doing it just yet. Interesting. Like, that's what we need is a key card, isn't it? And then this button will function. We picked the billiard room upgrade, did we not? I don't remember what it's called. The break room? But that should get us a key card now. At least as a tomorrow option, right? So, huh. Okay. Okay. Well, one... we need to take I need to take a screenshot. Let me take a screenshot. Note it down. But the key card system... Like, it wouldn't have helped us to have this on, would it? You still would need a key card in order to have this. It's just that it doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't work like a door where you're able to operate it because the keycard system has been disabled. Okay. Moving on to the next. The next thing is the reservoir has been drained. There are so many trunks down here. What the heck? And our boat has has sunk down alongside. I would imagine this is all going to count as the reservoir. Who knows though? It might be an extra room. So many trunks. I was going to say, and you need keys for this. Whoa. The trunks are of various colors and also have various symbols on them. Where do we even start? How important is it, the color and the symbol? I see a moon symbol, sun, and then there was also some sort of, is that a, my math brain says approximately equal. I don't know what that's supposed to be. And then you have, I guess, brown, white, pink, and blue. So 4 different colors and 3 different symbols. Is there any significance at all? Is there any significance whatsoever? I'm just trying to think about if there's any pattern here that would lead us to want to favor any one box over the other, or any one trunk over the other. Maybe these are all permanent unlocks, like they could all be permanently opened once you have keys, once you've used one of your keys to open them. It's another good reason why we didn't use any of our keys drafting the house and just came here. How many brown boxes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. White boxes, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blue boxes, I see 4, and then 5. And then pink boxes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure if my counts are accurate. It's either 5 or 6 for each of these colors. That doesn't seem, you know, there seems to be an equal distribution of the symbols on each color. I don't see any. It feels like it's all distributed in a way that there's no actual pattern. So we might as well like pick one box of each color, and just to stay consistent, maybe pick the same symbol for each color. So why not go with the moon? A pink moon. Oh, there's information in each of these, but this is a red note. A black box contains allowance tokens. Apparently this is black and not brown. They look brown to me. That's brown, isn't it? But I think the game here is wanting us to treat them as black. But also, red notes lie. So we can make note that that was a pink. Wait, what is here? Is there writing there that I'm seeing? If there is writing, I can't make it out. Writing that's right here on the inside of the trunk. I don't know that that's supposed to be anything. I think it just might be the texturing. The pink moon box gave us the red memo. That is a lie. Probably a lie. Let's find a... Oh, let's find a blue moon. This is a blue moon. This is not a blue moon. This is a blue moon. This is not a blue moon. That commercial is so annoying. If you've seen that commercial, don't look it up. If you haven't, don't look it up. One way or the other, it's so annoying. Don't look up that commercial. We're going to open the blue trunk, though. Blue moon trunk. Because I really don't have any info yet to say I would want to favor any over the other. Another red note, though. The box containing allowance tokens is marked by... Okay, so, you know, we could... Actually, the red notes do provide us with some information, don't they? If we know that they're lies, we know that the black box cannot... We know that we actually don't want to pick a black box. Maybe that's our game that we're playing here. Don't pick a black box, and don't pick a box that has the approximately equal sign. Which also could be like vapor waves or something. So far we've been picking correctly, right? We picked a blue moon. So now do we pick a white moon? Neither of the red notes has told us not to pick a white moon. Is it over here? Is there a white moon? Is there a white moon? I see a white equals. I see a white sun. I see another white equals. Maybe there's no white moon. I don't think there's a white moon. That's interesting. Okay, so then do we take another pink moon? Or do we take a pink sun or a blue sun to mix it up? We have 3 keys left. Does it matter how many pink suns there are? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 pink suns, and there's only 1 pink moon left. And then for the blue boxes, there's 1 sun, 2 suns. Wait, did I just... Okay, this was the sun I counted here. There's 1 equals, and there's 1 moon. And then this one in the corner is also a moon. So there's 2 moons, 2 suns, and an equals. Let's pick the last remaining pink moon. Ooh, this one has a green note. Only 1 box in the reservoir has a prize. Okay, I could have guessed that. I kind of figured that's where we were going. I didn't say it explicitly, but I kind of figured that's where it was going. We can actually pick up the green note from here. That's funny. Funky interaction. We could close this? Oh, we could close that as well. All right. So if we wanted to like look more closely at the symbol, like take a screenshot of it after we've... Okay, cool. So yeah. That was a waste. I kind of... Those red notes are actually more valuable than I was giving them credit for, because they kind of tell you what not to open. I'm hoping these are permanent unlocks. Hopefully this is just something we can come back down here and do when we have a lot more keys. Oh, let's open another blue moon. This is a blue moon. The sanctum key? What? The sanctum key is in a black box? Oh shit. Now we've been wasting all our keys on not the black boxes. It says only 1 box in the reservoir has a prize. Ah. So what if all this stuff about allowance tokens isn't actually a thing? It could be that, yeah, a black box does not contain allowance tokens, but that doesn't mean it doesn't contain a sanctum key. Shit. Only 1 box in the reservoir has a prize. We should have been opening black boxes, huh? Okay, I guess that means we spend our last key on a black box. Or do we save a key to do something else in the room with the power, the double red doors? I think we're gonna spend our last key, because if it's a sanctum key, then that could do something with one of those doors, one of those 8 doors in the inner sanctum. Now, the other red note here, the box containing, yeah, so the allowance tokens thing might just be a complete red herring. It's not that the red notes were, the way that they misled us is not that, you know, they were telling us where to get the allowance token. The misdirect is that, haha, there's no allowance tokens at all. So yeah, I'm lying to you, but I lied to you in a way that got you to believe something that's also a lie, which is that the allowance token actually exists at all, and that it's not in the black boxes, which means I'm not opening black boxes when I should be to get a sanctum key. I see 2 equals and a moon. There's 2 moons now out of the black boxes. 3 moons. And 3 equals. So yeah, there's really... Might as well just open this one. Let's open the one that has a moon. Let's stick with our moons strategy. Last key. A red note. The box containing allowance tokens is marked by the moon. Okay. I feel like the allowance tokens things is it doesn't exist. Because the green note said there's only one box with a prize, right? So maybe when we come back here, hopefully these are permanent. If this resets at the end of each day, then you need to like stockpile all your keys, or you need to do the laundry room, right? Get the laundry room so that you can swap all your coins for keys and have enough to come open every single box down here. We'll see if they're that devious. We'll find that out later. Might even be worth... Oh shit. Oh my god, wait a second. Wait a second, I just almost overlooked something here. I almost overlooked the fact that there's a tunnel right here. There's a tunnel right here. Okay, but how do I get to that tunnel? For a second, I was thinking, oh, I need to raise the water level to get to that tunnel, but I can't swim, right? I can't swim. I theoretically could swim if it's for real life, but like that feels like a tunnel that actually goes somewhere. Except what if it's a tunnel that comes from somewhere? Let's make note of it. Is there any world where I could somehow make use of the boat? I don't... It's a very conspicuous opening, though. But we can't quite see from here. We can't quite see where it would lead. What we can see is the fact that they have given us sort of a height indicator. Have they given us the ability to show what height that tunnel is at? The markings aren't very super clear on this, but I'm wondering if... like this line here, there's a line that's kind of, it's a little bit crooked compared to the rest of these. Because most of these lines, there's so many of them, they don't feel like they're the ones that demarcate like the lines in the pump room that tell you how full or empty the reservoir is. But maybe there's the slanted lines. I don't know. I'm thinking like that there's enough of those slanted lines where those could line up with the pump room lines, but I might be overthinking. It is very convenient that the stairs happen to be in a spot where our eye line is kind of like lined up with this. If this were a depth meter or something, I'll take a screenshot. Like maybe that's somehow lined up to allow us to raise or lower the water to the right point where it's lined up with this tunnel. I don't know. Okay, we've made note of that. Let's move on. Is there anything else that I want to... any other details that I might have overlooked? Crazy. Crazy. I really hope those chests do not reset. We'll find out. Now, we've still got this path open that goes to the underpass. And we're going to be able to open a door, I think. A double red door. And we get a running shoes frog, which is what I was hoping for. Oh, it blinks. And so for a split second, the light was black. And I was like, thinking, no, it's not powered on. And then I realized it's blinking. It's blinking! Oh my god. Riven, anyone? It's still the underpass. There's our openings. Look at this. There are the openings that we've seen from the outside. This is so reminding me of Riven and the big golden dome. Oh my god. Okay, so we are pumping in power. We see the lit up power lines coming in from the boiler, theoretically. And are going to where? New music. Another rotating gear. that is not lined up in a way that we can actually it's the gear from, oh no. Okay, well this is good though, because we're in the underpass and we know the way this works now is we can go back down and this whole puzzle room is counted as the underpass now. We're not spending steps. It took me a second to recognize, but now we're playing the game again. What the? It's a much more roundabout way to play this game. We're gonna be doing some running here, but at least we can do it. There's no other option, right? That's not the that's the tunnel. This is the Professor X tunnel there. Of course. How did I not see that at first? There's only one thing to do though. We want to line up. Okay, so this is our room up here that is adjacent to the Professor X tunnel. So what would we want to do? We would want to... Luckily, we don't have to worry about elevation here because the only elevation from these, like this lever down here, I think, lowers this gear platform, and that doesn't help us at all here. What we want to do is rotate it. That's also nice that we can rotate it from the tunnel. And we could just go back up here. So we want to rotate it at least once to get us over to that opening. But we also might want to rotate it 3 times to get us to that opening, right? We want to do both of these things. So I guess let's start with the first one, the one that takes less cranks. We're going to be doing some running, folks. Hey, we're getting our steps in today. Simon's getting his steps in without spending steps. Tell me how that works. This game is crazy. Absolutely nuts. Let's turn once. Yeah, it's not that far of a run, actually. It's a lot closer than I was thinking. Sure enough, we saw it from day one. We saw this opening. And good game design drew our attention to a future location. Oh, what the heck? There's a lock there, but I don't think it opens with a key. It looks like it opens with a combination. Except watch it open with a key and I just spent all my keys. Oh, what the heck is this? Okay, all right, we got a Morajai box. That's cool. We've got this symbol. This symbol is everywhere. And then we are overlooking, look at this. Full drain. Entry level, dock level. What? Screenshot. We are able to get to that tunnel, aren't we? We need to put this at, I guess, 6. Or between 6 and 7. 1, 2, we'll see if this makes sense. There's 14 numbers here. And this should make sense with the pump room. Man, it would be so great if we could go back in. The pump room's all the way at rank 8, though. And we're out of coins. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. Let's read. Scripps and Rutherford Mining Company, Foreman's Log number 228. Once again, one of these 1917 dated logs. After 10 days of pumping water up from the underground spring, the reservoir has finally been filled. It's a shame that the old station had to be flooded as a consequence of this action, but I suspect that may have been the actual reason they chose to build the reservoir here. And as an engineer, I agree that flooding is preferable to collapsing the entire tunnel. The reservoir has finally been filled, but they had to flood the station? Is that the train station that we've heard mentioned a couple times? On the bright side, now that our water supply is no longer limited, we can start to leverage steam to a much greater extent. I suspect that by this time next month, the steam-powered hoists at the main site will be able to run 24 hours a day. Does that mean... It sounds like maybe this is hinting at where we're able to get to. If we can get this entry level, get the water to this level here. But the question is, can we swim? Is that actually a thing they would let us do? Or would we actually be able to utilize the boat to get to that tunnel, which we can conveniently see from this position? Okay, let's see if we can get another allowance token. Except how do we do this one? Ah, it's the black squares. I was like, there's only 2 yellow squares. It's the black squares that we need. So what do the yellow squares do? They bubble up. They've done this before, right? The yellow squares bubble up. And then the black squares do what? Nothing? Oh. Do the gray squares do something then? Wait, what? The black squares must do something. I just haven't clicked the right one yet. Okay, the middle one, there was a little frames hiccup there. The middle one did what? It bubbled to the right and it pulled the yellow along with it? Or it swapped places with the yellow? Or it's moving... That's what it's doing. It's moving laterally. And it also happens because the yellow is on that same line. So the black ones move laterally. I think I might need to reset. Let's do a reset. So if the black squares move laterally, that means what? It means that we want to probably do this. This is actually probably pretty easy, right? We do this. Not too difficult once we figured out the rules. And we get another allowance token. Boom. Is that 2 today? Do not make allowances. What's up with that? This must have been on every token, and I just didn't notice until today. Oh, we're up to 20 now? Oh, I forgot about the upgrade disc we got in the room. I haven't forgot about it. We might still have the steps to get that upgrade disc. This is nuts, man. This is so nuts. We have one more room to try to access. I don't think, unless there's anything else here that I had missed. That's an awesome pickup. 20 allowance feels great. Starting the day with 2 gems feels great. This day has been amazing. We have one more setup to examine, though, or one more locked door to examine. Let's do that. Should be 3 turns. I think that should do it. Let's go. And we do, in fact, have a lock, but it has... Oh. It has letters. Is there any chance that there is a C on here? I don't see a C. I was thinking, my first thought, the place my brain went, was the cloister. There is a C right there. Because the cloister has like a C and an X. It has 4 letters. Is there an X on here at all? If there's also an X, we might be onto something. But I'm not seeing an X. I see a Z, and I see an 8. That's also very random. The number 8 is a little, I might have the information that I need. Possibly. It's possible that I have had enough clues in other parts. But my brain is not in a state where I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out right now. I'll double check the cloister notes, but I'm pretty sure there was an X on those 4 letters that were there behind the statue. CXET. And they're also in a formation that doesn't, I mean, why they're lined up in a way. They're not lined up like left to right as though they were a code. They're lined up as though they should be, spaced out in some sort of a grid. And I don't see an X anywhere on any of these. Maybe I've just scrolled by it. Maybe if there's a Y involved here, maybe we just spell mist. Maybe the code is mist. Oh, but there's no Y here. It's not a Roman numerals thing, is it? We wouldn't be able to do the Roman numerals from the wine cellar though, because I think there's 3 of those. Also, there's no V here. So who knows what this could be? I certainly don't right now. There's a set of blueprints, though, we can see behind there. There's also another red letter. I didn't even look yet to see what was behind here, but we see there's a red letter, and there's a set of blueprints. Shit. God damn. We need to put something together. We gotta put whatever clues together, or gather more clues. One way or another. I'm not gonna be able to solve this right now, I don't think, which is unfortunate because we're here and it's not that easy to get back here. You have to get a boiler room, right? And we've been seeing the boiler room actually a fair bit recently, so I say that, but it might not be too difficult. It's maybe just a draft or two away to get back to this position. In the meantime, I'll take a screenshot, and I'll have the footage as well to kind of remind me what all the different combinations or possibilities are on this. Man, I'm starting to realize the different permutations of things that you're going to have to do, because now we have so many more trunks to open at the bottom of the reservoir, but we also now have an intermediate level of the reservoir that we need to get to in order to access that tunnel. And we need to have a key card and the basement key in order to activate that elevator. But also we need to get the sanctum key that's in one of those trunks at the bottom of the reservoir to do something with the doors at the inner sanctum. Oh my god, there's so many freaking layers to this game. This is insane. My head's kind of starting to hurt, honestly. It's getting a bit intimidating. In any case, we've done all we can do here for now. I don't think I'm going to go... It doesn't make any sense to me to go into the inner sanctum to open the Rogue Moon door. Obviously, you know, we have a path open to the antechamber. We might run out of steps trying to get there, though. But even if we did get lucky with our running shoes, it doesn't make sense to me why we would want to open room 46 again. Like, it feels like we want to make progress in other areas before we do that again, don't we? Like, we want to get more red letters and maybe get, like, some sort of a different ending. We haven't done enough, in my book at least, to warrant us trying to get back to the antechamber. Or back to room 46. So instead, we just go ahead and we go directly back to the entrance hall, and then we see where we stand, because we probably want to take our upgrade disc to security, and that's probably going to be the end of our draft. But let's at least get to the entrance hall, and then we can take it from there. Another running shoes trigger. Okay, okay. And another one? What the hell's going on here? What the hell is going on? And so we make it back to the entrance hall with 11 steps. Okay. So now the decision is, do we go to security? Because if we do, then we're almost certainly not making it back to the pool. I don't see let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 steps to get back to the pool. So we could go there now, and the running shoes might save us a couple. So we might have like 3 or 4 steps. But we would be banking on, at that point, we would have 0 keys, by the way. We've spent all our keys. And we would be banking on getting unlocked doors. There's at least one security card door there, I think. This door here is a security card door. We did make note of that earlier. So that is one thing. And we could also try our hand again at the gallery, but I think my brain is so fried at this point, I don't think I'm going to have any luck there. I think the correct move is for us to go to security and go ahead and bank the permanent progress with the upgrade disc. Get that in, get that logged. Don't risk losing that. And then if you do live in a world where the running shoes somehow is insanely good, getting back to the pool, you can go from there. But this is where our run is probably coming to its end. The guest bedroom. Okay. What are you going to have? What interesting stuff might we do with the guest bedroom? Oh my god. Oh, the wordplay. A guest bedroom. I'm not even looking at the rewards yet. I'm just looking at the names. A quest bedroom. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. A Geist bedroom. All right. Guest bedroom. Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. Why does it have a question mark, though? Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool? Question mark? What? I think that's just to denote the fact that it's going to be random. So you're either going to get, you could get the guest bedroom, maybe, or would this take away the plus 10 steps? But it could also, you could get the bedroom, the regular bedroom, you could get the nursery, that you could get the bunk room, but also the servants' quarters and the master bedroom as well. So these rarer rooms could have a chance to show up just as a guest bedroom, but you wouldn't know until you've picked it, right? What about a quest bedroom? Plus 10 steps is still there, but if you enter the antechamber today, you add 2 steps to your allowance. Not 2 steps, 2 coins. Oh, just getting to the antechamber all of a sudden becomes way more interesting. Okay. Geist bedroom, plus 2 dice. Wow. And if you have a tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 dice. What the fuck? Okay. I do love me some dice. I do love me some dice. And now, if you have a tomb on the estate today, that doesn't say exactly where anywhere on the estate could even be an outer room, huh? I think it's between the quest and the Geist for me. This hidden effect, that could be pretty powerful. But then, if you get it early in the day and you get like a master bedroom, it might just be worse. The effect of the master bedroom might just be worse because you have no rooms hardly drafted yet. And the same thing goes for the servants' quarters. If you get the servants' quarter effect, then you might only get like 1 key. Now, 1 key for free is still good. So maybe I'm underrating this effect. I guess her ladyship's chamber would also count, right? Let me just look at the maid's chamber is also a thing though, right? There is a low roll you could get with the maid's chamber. But there is also a dormitory. We have the dormitory in our draft pool now, so that could be a thing as well. Although our experience with the dormitory previously has kind of sullied me on that, the fact that the drafting rooms thing doesn't stack. Geist bedroom, plus 2 dice. Just being able to guarantee that you've got those plus 2 dice, you don't have to do any extra work going to the mailroom or anything. And then hell, if you get that tomb, it's like an insane amount of rerolls. But you also have permanent progress that you can be making if you make it to the antechamber. That's a lot of ifs, right? Getting to the antechamber is no small feat, but now I say that, but with the weight room, it seems like the weight room is our guarantee. Give me a weight room and we're getting into the antechamber. When we still have an incentive to make it into the antechamber just without this, because we want to get that basement key again when we have a key card. Our allowance is already at 20. So it's starting to get to the point where adding an additional 2 coins, there's some diminishing returns there. Obviously 22 is better than 20, but it's not like when we were at 0 allowance and we got our first plus 2. So, and having plus 2 dice in a common room, guaranteed. And I would imagine that there's still going to be whatever random item that you get on top of the plus 2 dice. You're just getting plus 2 dice instead of plus 10 steps. And then maybe it's just, there's this insane upside if you happen to have a tomb, but it's already plus 2 dice. That feels so substantial. Like, I'm going to trade in, I'm going to forego the chance at that plus 2 allowance, which is great. It would buff future runs, but we would have to get to the antechamber and we would only be getting the plus 10 steps from the guest bedroom. I'm always like, not so thrilled to take the guest bedroom unless it has all these other synergies going for it because of the fact that, plus 10 steps is just whatever. It's good, but it's not amazing. Plus 2 dice, that's a game changer. So let's get the Geist bedroom, and I like that one. More rolls, more better. So now at this point, I don't think we take the chance to go to the pool because, that's how many steps? That's 13 steps? I mean, it could happen. The only decision now is, speaking of the guest bedroom that we just upgraded, we could go to the guest bedroom from here and we could check the artwork, right? That would be one piece to our mystery that we forgot to get, but we're probably going to get that on another day, right? It's just artwork and we're going to get to rank 5 again some other day. why not take the chance that we, you know, do make it back to the pool and we somehow get, you know, we make it there with steps to spare and are able to open another door and maybe get a freezer. Maybe. Or a mailroom. I can take one look in the reading nook and just see if there was a dig spot that maybe I missed, but I don't think I've missed any other root cellar spots. We've done all the digging that we can today. So let's just take a chance. Let's just take a chance to get back to the pool. We go through the secret passage. Yeah, this is all basically just a straight shot. So we're just running. We're hoping for like 5 running shoes procs. I don't think that's going to happen. We're already at a point where it's just not going to happen. There's 1. Okay, there's 1, but that's not nearly enough. We need more. We need more. This is not happening, guys. There's 2. There's 2. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The running shoes proc, but we're already at 0 steps. So we have to call it a day. That is where we will wrap up this installment of Blueprints. Thank you so much for hanging out with me to the end of the video. If you did enjoy it, consider doing the YouTube thing and hitting those buttons down below. This was a run. My goodness. Dude, we have the shovel apparently as part of our end screen here because we excavated 35 dig spots. That is just unbelievable. Garden excavations. Look at all the holes all over the lawn. That's so good. I love these little flourishes that get added here at the end screen. 6 green rooms and 35 excavated dig spots. Day 18, aka the day after, we added 3 new rooms. We got the gift shop. We also got the gallery, which we only partially solved. That one is a mind bender. Those riddles in there. What was the 3rd new room? Lost and found. We actually got 2 upgrade discs today. That is so awesome. 2 allowance tokens, or was it 3? We got so many permanent upgrades on top of everything. We got a sauna, so we will be starting the day with extra steps. And knowing all this, the backtracking, the back and forth that we're going to be having to do now when it comes to the reservoir and the underground, and who knows what else we're going to unlock once we get the tomb, and Jesus Christ. Oh, I almost forgot. We unlocked the gem cavern, the gemstone cavern, because I finally did the utility closet that you all have probably been screaming at me forever to get. What a fun day. This game, I cannot say it enough. Broken record, but this game rocks. And I can't wait to draft day 19. Thank y'all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.